Hello to anyone that is watching this, and this is hour 1, minute 1 of our 12-hour stream to Crazy Town. I forget what it says exactly on my thumbnail. I don't remember. But here we are with my friend Skye right here. Yes. If you're new here and you're just hopping around on YouTube land, you're like, what the heck is this 12-hour stream and what is it for? I will tell you. One day, long time ago, not so long time ago, it was about, I was doing a stream instead of Skye on a Saturday night because she had slept in. So I was like, I'll just stream. And then somehow hour 4, hour 5, hour 6, and then we decided we're going to do a 24-hour stream, just me and her, like alternating every 4 hours or so. But then the next day, when there was daylight, we said, how about a 12-hour stream instead? And so then we did a 12-hour stream last month where I started and then we took an hour break and then she did her 6-hour stream on her channel. And it turned out well. I feel like we have a nice balance of chatty and more work-focused sprints depending on what you want to do. And then this time we said we're going to do it again, and we were going to do it at midnight till like noon or something like that. But then we decided, well, why not just do it during the daytime when we're alert and we don't have crazy ideas popping in our head after being awake all night long. So we'll see how that goes. So the plan is today that we'll be streaming on my channel from noon Central Standard Time until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, break for an hour, and then it'll be Skye's turn for the next 6 hours, whatever the time zone that is, okay?
6 and then 7 to 1.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Central.
Yes. You guys all do that lovely calculations in your head about your time zone, but luckily YouTube does it for you, so you don't have to do it. Like it'll tell you when it's starting and stopping based on the time zone of your stuff. So, anyways, Skye, do you want to talk about anything about yourself while I check to see who's here in the comments?
Sure. Hi, everyone. If you are new, my name is Skye. I'm a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance. I'm SD Haggis, and I am here. And part of me wants to just crawl back into bed. That will not last long because I have lots of drinks. I am prepared. Like I have Pepsi that I've almost drunk because I've been awake for a couple hours now already. I have my Monster. And for later in the day, when we're like probably closer to being on my channel, let's be real. That way it doesn't matter so much and people can't be judging me. I have alcoholic beverages too. So
what kind?
We stopped and got alcohol yesterday.
I want to see.
Well, this is the one I never finished last night. This is how often I drink. This is what I could drink. It's a Smirnoff Ice green apple.
Ooh, those are good.
They are. Green apple is one of my favorite flavors, which is the reason I drink Monsters, because to me this tastes like apple.
We haven't had any alcohol in the house since October. And not because we're like, let's not have any alcohol in the house, just because we never thought, we always get our groceries delivered, blah, blah, blah. So we're like, we don't want to do that. And we've gone out twice to dinner since we've gotten here. And I've had like a Coors Light, because that's my favorite beer is Coors Light in a bottle, not a can. Yeah. It tastes different. It just does.
So I'm not much of a drinker to begin with, and Justin and I are both social drinkers. We were telling our girls last night, because they were like, I remember we used to have parties every weekend. I was like, it was every other weekend, and yes, we played D&D, we had a cookout, potluck, we had friends over, and yes, there was drinking involved. When you guys were littler, the rule was, there was 2 rules in our house. The first was that no one was allowed to drink until the kids were in bed. And the second was, if we decided that you could not walk a straight line, your words were slurred, you were not going anywhere. You were staying at our house overnight. We didn't care if you lived next door. Don't care. You drove here, you're not leaving if you're drunk. But we've never really, since we moved up here, because we don't know as many people and we don't do parties anymore, other than our glass of wine on New Year's, we don't drink at all. So like I was telling a friend last night, I was like, I have not had alcohol in 4 years. She was like, how drunk are you? I'm like, I didn't even finish my drink. I didn't want it.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'm gonna check the comments because they got some questions for us already.
Ooh,
Skye is here first, lurking in the comments as we're getting ready. Woohoo! Renee is here. Hello.
hi.
And Renee want to know how was y'all's fourth? What y'all do? Uh, we didn't do it. We didn't leave the house. We had plans to do stuff with the like the city puts on like this fire display, and then they have like games and stuff during the day. But the games stuff during the day got canceled, and then we didn't like going to the park and then coming back because we would have to Uber there and back. We thought it was a waste, so we just did other stuff and we watched Independence Day.
My plan was to watch Independence Day, but it turns out we don't have that movie. I do this every year. I keep thinking we have the movie. I ask about it. I get told we don't have it, and I'm like, we should buy it before next Fourth. And then what do? Never buy it. So that's that. But we grilled burgers and we had burgers and fries, and then we went into town to take showers. And on their way leaving the showers, it turned out that there was some fireworks going off. So we sat and watched the fireworks for a little bit before we picked up our drinks and came home. And that was our night. Justin and I gamed. He played Cyberpunk and I played Monster Hunter. So that was our fourth.
I made dinner last night. I know I did.
You told me you were having grilled cheese. I was slightly jealous.
Oh, that's right. Grilled cheese and tomato soup. And Miss Illy, who hates new stuff, she had half of her tomato soup, so that was pretty good. Pretty impressed.
No one in my family eats tomato soup. You want to know who eats tomato soup? It's me. You know how some people, there's foods that they just don't like. Tomato soup in our family is one of those foods. The only thing that tomato soup gets used for is a dipping sauce for the grilled cheese. And then after everyone finishes eating their grilled cheese, the soup goes to me.
Oh, yeah, that's what I use it for. I like dipping the hot grilled cheese in it. And a while back, I got this square pan that goes on the stove, like on the stove top. It's enough to put 4 grilled cheese sandwiches on at a time.
Oh, that's cheating. I love it.
Have I made 4 grilled cheese sandwiches to eat by myself? Yes, I have, to dip in milk or tomato soup. Either one works. All right, so Allie is here. Hello. And she says, I'm on alert to hang out, have a Discord 24-hour readathon today, so we'll hang out with this in the background. Thanks. I appreciate that.
What are you reading? I have to.
Yeah. What are you reading? I was reading this morning. I started my day reading. I want to make sure I got that name, the title, and the author right. It's kind of funny because it features this author who's trying to. What's it, Billy?
That's not one.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was talking on my phone. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. It's featuring a author who is writing a military romance, and she finally she was looking at online dating profiles to interview Navy SEALs, and then she ends up being good friends with this guy, and then she keeps the agent wants her to put more sexy time scenes in there, so she asked him for opinion because her she's more vanilla in her taste in the bedroom. And so they keep on acting out these scenes and they keep on getting hot and bothered, but they won't tell each other they're getting hot and bothered. And he's leaving in a few days. So I'm just curious how the heck this is going to play out. So this is called BFF, like BFF apostrophe ED, and it's by Kate Astor. And it's one of those books I got for like the Kindle Stuff Your Kindle e-reader day things a while back. Okay. I was published in 2017, so who knows when I picked it up.
So this is the book that was my most recent read. I literally started, so I worked for those who don't know, I work nights. So I worked the 3rd going into the 4th. And around midnight, I started listening to the audiobook of Witchy Whiskers. Oh, it's backwards on my computer screen. Oh well.
No, it's right for me.
Okay, cool. Um, but yeah, Witchy Whiskers, and I finished it.
Oh,
I finished it before I got off work. It was like 6 hours long for an audiobook, and I had about 6 hours before I got off.
okay.
I finished it on the ride home from work.
All right. I realize I can't listen to audiobooks at night because I can go to sleep with the TV on. So to me, it's just like a TV show to me. So if I listen to audiobooks, it has to be like during the day. All right. So Renee says that they crocheted and watched movies for dinner. They had barbecue chicken legs, potato salad, homemade mac and cheese, and some watermelon. So overall, a relaxed day. Yeah, one of the things they're going to have at the little festival that got canceled was a watermelon eating contest. I was looking
I'm
forward to
here for
that.
that.
That would have been fun. Ali says I have about 40 minutes of Vows and Ruins, so reading that while waking up with coffee.
Not me over here looking at the book now.
Yeah, let me know who. It sounds familiar.
Is it by Helen Schreier? I butchered that. I know I did.
I accept your pronunciation. It's totally fine. I don't know if that's right.
That's the first book, apparently.
Oh.
No, I don't. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Oh, what is the first book?
Blood and Steel.
Okay.
It says an epic romantic fantasy, The Legends of Thesmar, Book 1. I could send a link. Give me a second. I am good at this. I know what I'm doing. Maybe, kind of, sort of, not exactly. That is right.
So, is that the only thing you drank last night? Was that one that you didn't finish?
Yeah, that's all I drank last night.
Okay.
And I didn't
You know what
finish
they
it.
say?
I'm a terrible drinker.
You know what they say? Write drunk and edit sober.
Yes.
No.
Except I didn't even get tipsy. Did not even get tipsy. I just didn't feel like finishing. I was like, I kept looking at it going, I should probably finish that. Nah, I don't want to.
Oh, speaking of books, I did this thing yesterday where with my own books. So, like there's always that, you always see those things like Christmas in July events or Christmas in July specials. So I'm like, I keep on telling myself, I have a Christmas book. I should be like promoting it in July. So I did like a 5-day, because it's in Kindle Unlimited for 5 days. It's for free. Like if you have it in Kindle Unlimited, you can read it for free anyway. You can buy the book for free. It's like 38 pages or something like that. And I was like, eh. And then I shared it like on Instagram, and that was it. Nothing else. But today, like 6 hours after I posted it, because I did it really late last night, I got 2 book sales, so it's okay.
Nice.
My idea is that if people read the Christmas book that has all these different characters from the previous 3 stories before it, then they might be more like, hey, I'll try this other book out because it's for free. What are you going to lose?
Yeah.
And here is the link to the book.
That's the one, The Blood and Steel.
Okay.
And that's if she's reading, if the Vows and Ruins she's reading is part of that series.
Okay. So what are you going to be working on during these streams? Are you going to do a 12K day like we accidentally said the other day? Because even today I was like, because I'm doing a vlog and I even said 12K, not 12K, 12 hour. That'd be a lot of writing.
So I don't know quite what I'm working on yet. I've got my laptop open beside me. I've been peeking over it every once in a while trying to figure out what I should be working on. Is one of the short stories that are part of the Sultry Solstices short story series. That's what I should be working on. Do I feel like working on it? Absolutely not. I have no desire whatsoever, like not even an inkling to work on it. And because of that, I have no idea what I want to work on.
Wow.
Am I aiming for 12K today, though? That is like a...
That'd be fun. Like, look what I did on 12 hours. I did 12,000 words in 12 hours. Woohoo!
Yeah, that would be cool.
So I do have a plan to work on my ghost story for this anthology for my local writers group, and the due date for the short story, the like edited version of the short story, is it's actually August 15th, but in my brain it's August 1st, so that way I have time to like fix it if I need to. It's like a ghost story about someone that she doesn't know that she died.
What?
She doesn't know she died.
She doesn't know
I'm here for that.
Okay, so I'm gonna be working on that, and then once that's done, then I'm going to either work on the date where the short story where it was a date like at a bowling alley and everything went wrong. I'm gonna look at that and see if I can flesh out a little bit longer, and then I need to verify people's names in the short story that I already wrote before I continue on with my romance story that I'm writing, because it's the same characters. I just need to make sure I give them the same name from the short story to the novel. And then write it in my file of characters for the world. Allie said that is the one that she's reading.
Awesome. Okay, got it right. Yay.
And Margaret is here. Yay.
Hi, Margaret.
And she says, Skye, story of my week, or more accurately here. What do I want to do the theme?
Like, I am notorious for being a project hopper, and I do not deny this. I actually love it. Days like today, when you're trying to meet either certain word counts or certain productivity stuff, that's when it sucks the most, because you're all of a sudden you're like, if I want to publish, this is what I should work on. But I don't want to work on that. I want to work on this other thing, because that's the thing. I have ideas brewing in my head for a fantasy that I wrote the original draft of when I was like 12, 13. Mm-hmm. And every once in a while, you'll hear my husband ask, he'll be like, so when are you going to work on Ruby Dragon again? And that's the project. It was like one of the first stories he ever read that I wrote that was completed. It's also my longest piece of fiction at 80,000 words, which says a lot about what I write. I do not write very long pieces.
That's what Mr. Jackson does every so often. He's like, hey, Mom, we're going to finish that adventure story or that fantasy adventure novel. And yep. I told Jesse the other day, I'm like, one of these things, I'm going to give Jackson a birthday present or a present of a book. He's like, Mom, I don't like reading. And he's going to open it up, and it'll be the book in his hands. And on that day, I will bury my kid because he will die of a heart attack.
Yeah. My thing is that it was completed. It's just that I never finished the series. I finished book 1, and it needs a complete overhaul and a complete rewrite. Don't get me wrong. It's terrible. But I haven't touched it since I finished it. And every once in a while, he's like, so when are you going to work on it? And I'm like, I don't know. But it was like a portal fantasy where the portal was not to a new world. It was to a futuristic Earth, like a post-apocalyptic Earth where humans had basically gone extinct and dragons and other mythical creatures had come back. Like the world had gone through like another ice age kind of thing. And so like I just found the files where I did the original research, and I'm like, oh, that's what I want to work on. But it's not what I should be working on.
Renee wanted to know how many projects do you hop between at a time?
Too many. That's why I have so many started but not finished.
So currently I have the Small Town Romance book that I'm writing, the Egypt one, which I haven't worked on since the 7-day book challenge. That's the last time I touched it. Then I have the short story for the paranormal short story that I'm writing for the anthology for the local writers group. Those are the two that I'm definitely working on. And then I always have in the background my fantasy adventure novel, and then which I realized what I need to do to change. I need to change that stuff. I need to change stuff on that one before I move forward.
That's what we should do. One of these days we should do a stream where we both just work on our fantasies.
That'd be fun. Okay, so in my book I have the king and queen talking, and she's like, I've foreseen what's to be, like she's gonna have a baby. He's like, you can't use magic, blah blah blah. Then the next chapter is her I'm having a baby and all the king's guards guards for the king are like,
King's
what do you
Guard.
mean? Yeah, okay. Was like, what do you mean she's having a baby? We didn't know she was even pregnant. And then like she gives birth to the baby. And then the next chapter goes to the princess, which is a baby all grown up, not like a teenager being banished from the kingdom because she found magic and she used magic accidentally. So that's lots of time jumps there. So I'm trying to decide, do I flesh out the stuff in the middle or do I start it where she's like the inciting, where it starts with the inciting incident where she found out magic and she's being banished from the kingdom, and then all the other stuff gets like intermixed, because she has her mother's magic book, or her book of her mother's magic stuff, and maybe like intermixed in it is like letters that the mom wrote to the daughter that she foresaw her having because the mom, the day after she was born, because the king's really against magic.
Yeah. When I go back to this fantasy and actually work on it, I'm going to be world building like the timeline of historical events from the time that humans went extinct all the way up to whatever year I decide the story takes place. I think that's what I'll be working on. I might even work on that today. We'll see.
Renee says all my projects start small but then turn into big ones.
So
my projects start as a single and then somehow it
turns into series. Yeah, same. So
big word.
I said that I need to be working on the Sultry Solstices series. The first story started off as an anthology submission. And then I was like, what if she had 6 other sisters? And it followed the idea of the seventh son of the seventh son, but with daughters instead. And so now that series has 7 short stories, each one following one of the 7 sisters. But on top of that, there's 2 other series now, all in the same world, each with 7 stories. So one short story turned into 21 short stories.
Right.
Because I hate myself.
Question.
All of my standalones become series.
Question. Have you even opened up the book that we're buddy reading yet?
No, I have not.
Okay, good. Me neither.
I was planning on starting that like on the 1st. Did I? No. But I will soon.
That's all right. We got like a whole nother week.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. Skye, when is your stream tomorrow? You're 10.
I think it's at 6. Now I can't remember. Give me a
Q&A.
second. Yeah, I'm doing my 10-year anniversary Q&A tomorrow. I want to say it's at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, but let me double check that so I'm not lying to y'all. Because it might not be that time. It might be a different time. Yes, I know it's scheduled for tomorrow, but what time? Hello, tell me time. 6 p.m. So 6 p.m. Mountain Time is my 10-year anniversary Q&A. I will post the link in the comment section for that.
Renee says I can't do standalones. It's always a series, but depends on how big of one.
So one of the other projects I've been hopping between is one I started for a 7-day book challenge called A Buck Short. It was originally supposed to be a short story. It became a novella. It is trying to become a novel. I refuse to let it. But not only that, I suddenly have ideas for some of the side characters. So now it's trying to become a series. It's like, well, if you won't let me become a novel, I'll just give you more ideas to become a series. And I'm like, no, stop it.
But you know what they say, like if you have a series, then it'll prompt readers to read through the series.
But I don't want it to be a series.
But then, like, I also feel like series are hard to market because each new book that comes out in the series, unless it's a standalone series, then it's harder to get them like, hey, there's this book. But then so like Liar Parrish and some other authors who write interconnected series where you can read them you can read any book in any order, but then like it always says like to get like the better reader experience, start from the beginning, which is the first one. So that's why all of my posts that you see are all just my first book.
Yep. I've been told that series are easier to market because there's more of a backlog. And that does make sense, because if you like the first book and you want to read more by the author, you can either continue the series or go find other books that they've written. Standalones, for that same reason, are harder to market, because of the fact that if they finish that but they want to stay in that world, they obviously can't, because it's a standalone. And on the flip side, I tend to do a lot of I also have a lot of interconnected standalone series where it's all in the same world, but you don't have to read, like even this short story series I was talking about with Sultry Solstices. You could technically read them in any order. It's just one of those where it's better if you read them in order. Because I like I've only got one series so far that's not interconnected, and honestly, I hate writing it, because I have to remember the events that happened in the previous books and then continue on from those events. And I'm like, I don't like this.
Yeah, so like my first book, it sets you up for the next book. Like there's Luke and Sophia, and then they're best friends to get there in the second book. And then there's always like a side character that kind of like has more page screen time. And so, or page time. And so then that's the name for the next book. And then like, and the only reason I'm writing this gosh darn character in this gosh darn book I'm writing for the Small Town Romance series is because I made her up in the Christmas story that I have. Like made her up as like they went to like a festival, like at the, like a festival with vendor cards and something and stuff. And then the main character for the series is like, I don't think I recognize this person here, or like this is a new booth or a new like vendor person, right? And then she's like, oh yeah, my name's Lindley, I just moved here over the summer, blah 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 blah. So I'm like, so now I'm writing the story of how she came to town and whatever. So
yeah,
I would like to be able to like you see those series that you can literally read out of order and it doesn't matter. That'd be great. But that I can't. I haven't mastered that. So, so Ali says that's why I'm reading this book. To interconnect with Iron Embers, which is on my TBR. Iron Embers is book one of the new series in that world with characters from what I'm reading now. So now I'm trying to read the 4 books in the first series for jumping into the buddy read of Iron and Embers. Thankfully, they're all on KU.
Yes, I saw that.
So I am re-upping my KU subscription, mainly because
I love my KU subscription.
Mainly because I'm trying to read through the Zodiac Academy, and that's all on Kindle Unlimited anyway. Plus, every other book I see out there that everyone can read is on there anyhow. So, and we do have a library, but there's some books that aren't available at the library; they're only available in KU. So.
Your human's not awake, is she? That's why you're over here bugging me? Because this is the only time you bug me is when your human's not awake and the hubs won't mess with you. This is Pixel. This is my oldest cat. And she legit only bugs me if her human is not awake and the hubs will not give her love and affection. Like, I can still count on one hand how many times she's let me do this to her. And I can still count less than that how many times she's actually jumped onto this desk in order to be pet and loved. So rare show up, I guess. You do realize that when I actually start to write, I'm gonna disappoint you, right? I hope you know that. You are shedding, and I don't appreciate it because I'm about to sneeze. And now I'm covered in hair.
Yeah.
And so as someone who might be somewhat allergic, that's fine.
I'm a bit myself. Oh. Good.
I think so. It'll happen when we're on a sprint or something.
Ali says, I tend to only pay for KU or read in a couple of months when I really want to read in that moment. I try to avoid it because my books need love, but off work for 2 weeks, so why not?
I'm a very big fan of KU for one of the reasons, because, again, I work nights. They have a lot of those read and listens. And so I will get, especially like with the Amazon original short stories, I get all those at once, and I'll spend an entire night listening to the audiobook versions. Um, and then I also have Audible whenever they do deals where there's like spend 99 cents for 3 months. And that's the only time I get Audible is when they do that kind of deal. And then I'll get like the credit for 3 months at a time. And that's how I've gotten every single audiobook I have. And I have a ton. Also, when I have the audiobook, the Audible subscription, they have some stories that you can listen to for free with your membership. And I've listened to a bunch that way too. Oh, we are going to do a sprint. Yay!
Yes, I was clicking. I had nothing prepared. Okay, when we started, nothing prepared. I don't even have my document open. I'm still eating my food that I heated up quickly. I'm still drinking my drink, like nothing. I mean, if we could just spend the whole 6 hours chatting, it's totally fine by me. But I think we should probably write a little bit here and there. What do you think of my library background?
I love your library background. That is so
okay. Cool. All right. All right. I have Audible, Ali says, but only because my Libby with multiple libraries isn't the best. And I have 2 to 3 hours for work driving each day, so audiobooks are my saving grace. So I have Hoopla through my library back home, and then I have Libby through my current library, and then I have that other one called
Everend?
Boundless.
I've never heard that one. Hold on.
It's one that it's Boundless by Baker and Taylor. It's another ebook one, but they also have a lot more audiobooks available than at either one of my libraries. And I think it's because I get more ebook licenses for that particular title, I guess. So Boundless.
Boundless.
Yes.
I think I spelled that right. I don't know where my stickiness are.
There you go. It's spelled like that. Boundless. But it has like ebooks and audiobooks, but I feel like it has more audiobook availability than like the other library apps I use. Because some of the other library apps I use, you still have to wait for a long, long time on the wait list for an audiobook. But the Boundless ones, I feel like they're more available, I guess.
So I had Everend until they changed their subscription model to be more like Audible. They may have changed it back, but honestly, the moment their whole shtick was that you could read as much as you want for a set price, except for then they would limit you, and they would say you cannot read anymore until your month renews. They did have some stories for free still, but like it was almost, they were using the excuse that it was unavailable from the library, and then it would suddenly magically be available again when your subscription renewed. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm tired of doing this shenaniganery. So that was when I re-upped my Audible, when they sent me an email being like, we have a deal going on where you can pay for 3 months at a time, 99 cents a piece.
All right. So Ali said it's still limited. That's why I got rid of it.
Yep. I haven't used it since. When it was Scribd, it was amazing because I would listen to like 7 or 8 audiobooks a month through them for like $10 a piece. $10. That was why they were better than Audible, is because they had so many good books available. And then when Everend took over, they were like, we want to be more like Audible. And they're not technically lying because they still have books available. It's just not the popular ones. Suddenly those are unavailable until your subscription renews after you listen to so many hours. And if you're listening to a series, it's after you listen to one book in the series. And all of a sudden, the rest of the series that was available before is no longer available and magically appears again when your subscription renews. So their business model doesn't technically lie. It's just that all the good books that you want to read are suddenly unavailable. And I was like, yeah, no, this isn't cool.
All right. So
I have Libby and Audible. That's what I have.
Okay. I have Libby, Hoopla, KU, and then my local library. They're pretty good about stuff. Although it took me like 3 weeks to get, almost a month, to get the Zodiac Academy in paperback form. So now that I have KU, I don't have to worry about that because it's in KU library. Okay. So we're going to do a 25-minute sprint. I'm going to finish my snack, breakfast thing, and then I'm going to pull open my Scrivener and start typing away. And it'll be a masterpiece at some point today, right?
Yes,
Yes.
perfection.
All right. And then when we get back, I'll tell you guys about my ghost short story that I'm writing.
Sounds good.
All right. And let's. Well, I should probably press start, right? Oh,
Maybe.
so like I haven't done this before. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay. Here. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to catch up on the comments. Let me know how you did, Skye. What did you do during that sprint? Well, let's check the comments, shall we?
I answered a lot of comments. I posted a lot of good comments, I should say.
Where did I leave off?
I worked on covers though. They're all made.
Okay, here we go. Skye says that I just come up with another 7-book short story series to coincide in the same world as the first 3. Yes, I did. Why do I hate myself? Quick question: are these all in the same town?
They're not necessarily in the same town, but all of them are 7 stories. All of them are in the same universe, and they're all interconnected some way. And like, I put it in the comments, all the series. There's now 4, and like the first one is the 7 sisters. The second one, the first story is the main character is the family friend of the 7 sisters, and then the third series, the first story is the cousin of the 7 sisters. And now I have to figure out how to tie the 4th series in. But I've got 7 titles, 7 creatures. Like, I've got the covers made.
All right. So I thought I may be doing a play on word 7. And the reason I came up with that is because when my sister was born, she was 7 pounds, 7 ounces. My dad wanted to name her Sevenity.
Sevenity?
Sevenity. Sebenity.
I like that, actually.
Okay. My other idea I came up with is, what if you just named it Monsters in Love is the name of the series, but that might be a little too plain. But anyways, if you want to take Sevenity, it's fine. I'm not going to use it for anything.
That means you want me to come up with 3 more series. That way there's 7 series.
No, it's because there's 7 books in each series. What are you doing to yourself, lady?
Killing myself, apparently.
Yes. Killing yourself softly with anyways. And then I asked a question about how to spell a word because I'm not a writer. I don't know how to spell things. It's fine. So Microsoft Word says that Quanta is 2 words, but Scrivener says it's 1 word.
All right, it's time to Google this shit.
I don't know what to call the short story universe, but all the series are tied together in some way. And she went through and said, sultry solstices. Each of the 7 sisters falls in love with a supernatural creature. Ghost man with astral protection, vampire, witch, gargoyle, arc, hellhound, fae. Jinn? Is that last word?
Yeah, Jinn. Yeah, it's a genie.
Okay, got it. Followed by monsters. Maid's first story follows a family friend of the 7 sisters, but each story is a character falling for a monster under the bed or monster in the closet type creature. And then continuing, there's Captivating Cryptids. First story follows a cousin of the 7 sisters. Each character falls for a cryptid: Wendigo, Thunderbird, Chupacabra, Jersey Devil, Bigfoot, Mothman, and Jackalope. What's a Jersey Devil? Is that like a Tasmanian devil, or I don't know what that is?
It's New Jersey's cryptid. Hold on, let me pull up a picture.
And now, because I hate dolls, apparently, circus companions still need to figure out how to tie it in. But each of the love interests is a shifter working at a circus who falls for a patron. As long as there's no clowns in your book, I'm good.
I hate to tell you this, but it's a circus, so there's probably going to be clowns. I'm just saying. Is any of the clowns going to be the main character? No, because each of them are part of like a different act. Like, I've come up with my 7 shifters. I've come up with their acts. Like, I've got it down. Like, all right, hold on. Here is information about the Jersey Devil.
Allie finished her book. Book 1 of the readathon is now complete. Which readathon are you participating in, Allie?
I thought she was just doing a 24-hour marathon.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Information about the Jersey Devil is right here. I will up it. So now let's do buttons to dress. But I'll save it in a tab.
So
Yeah, what if you just put like Divinity or but yeah, but that would I think that would work because there's 7 short stories in each mini series. I guess we'll call it mini series, all right?
because they're all short stories. That's the one nice thing. It's not like these are novels. These are all short stories that are like 8 to 12,000. I think the longest short story is going to be about 15,000 words. So they're like 10 to 15,000 words long. They are not long. So, yeah.
So Allie says they're an hour or two as well, so picking their second book. And Renee says, yes, I really like Divinity. It really makes sense.
I like that. The world is divinity.
Yeah. Divinity short stories. Divinity short stories. Like it's all essence in there. You like your alliteration.
I have a lisp. Why do I do this to myself? Are you okay?
Damn, my ear's just ringing. It's fine. We'll
Oh.
stop in a minute.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that has that happen every once in a while randomly.
This hasn't happened in a while. It's okay. I'm good. My band. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to think of something because all of your stories are having to do with monsters falling in love.
Mhm.
Be it a monster that's like a under the bed monster, closet monster, or someone like from
Supernaturals, cryptids,
supernatural
wonders, yeah.
or circus folk that people think are monsters because they look differently or look different or whatever. And it kind of goes into play on what you're doing, like you write about monsters falling in love. So literally, you could, if you, because you spout that phrase so much, and whenever you're talking about what you write, you could put that in your series title. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why I thought you could just put like monsters falling in love or monsters in love because you write about monsters falling in love anyway. Because then, you know what I mean? Because you say it often enough that people are going to correlate monsters in love with Skye's writing. But are you only ever going to write about monsters in love?
In this series, yeah.
But not all of your writing out there forever. But
No.
but I feel like if you just wrote like your series title was Monsters in Love, like that's just like it's not like a unique enough series title that someone else doesn't already have it. Shh, I wasn't talking to your phone.
Oh, Siri?
Yeah.
Siri
I'm waiting
says,
on
love me,
deliveries
love me, baby, don't you love me. Sorry.
Jackson, you can bring me my packages. They're at the front door. Rachel Adams influenced me, and I bought a book.
What book? Oh, is that the packages?
Yes.
We're going to get a live unboxing, y'all. Make sure not to show the address. As she flashes it on the screen. You almost did flash the address on the screen.
Oh, it's warm outside. Oh, the packages are warm.
Ah,
All right. We'll do a live unboxing and then we'll do some more writing, I guess, after we unbox.
sounds good.
I did an order and then Amazon was like, hey, if you order anything else next 24 hours with free shipping because I don't have Amazon Prime, but my husband does, but I don't want to tell him, hey, order this thing because I order.
I ordered this camera. Accidentally. But I've been meaning to order it, so it worked out. So I ordered this camera. Have I used it yet? No. Why have I not used it yet? Because it uses an SD card, and none of my computers accept SD cards. So I was like, what's the point if I can't transfer the footage anyways? What did I order yesterday? An SD card reader. So videos to come. I have not actually done a video in like 2 weeks. There was no vlog this week. The video that posted this week was one from that I have been working on for like months now, and finally got a chance to post. So like, I don't know if there's supposed to be a video next week, but I don't know if it's going to be next week or the week after.
God, I ordered these.
She's got book mail. What's that?
I got a package of pens.
Okay.
They
They're
are
purple.
Yeah, they're the RSV pens.
Okay.
They're like fine point
Oh.
7. I love them, but I can never find purple in the stores. So okay, and then this package had something for Illy. It's this book right here.
Quick Lit Student Warfare, Study of Language Arts, short story. Oh, okay. I remember you telling me you were going to order that.
There's 10 short stories, and it has like all the questions and stuff in here.
Nice.
And then I bought this to go with it because it has all the short stories.
Okay, separately.
Like
how many pages is that? Out of curiosity. Yes, I would ask that question.
60.
Pretty sure.
Oh.
How many pages are my short stories? Less than that. I know that much.
There, 7 short stories are in here, not 10. 7.
You lied to me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I think I will survive. Maybe.
Okay, so that's package 1.
That's not bad.
Okay.
Each of my short stories are about 50 pages. Roughly. Have I already formatted the first one? Yes, I have.
All right, so this is the one that Rachel Adams shared like on Facebook or something in the Heart Readings writing community or something like that. It is first of all, it says first we drink the coffee, then we write the words. It's a word count tracker with journaling and coloring pages, and had a couple different versions. It was like less than $10. It's fine.
Oh.
But that's this first page.
Oh, okay. It's got like.
And then we have these pages say like date, sprint number, words, total, notes.
Okay.
Okay.
That is not enough space for me and for my notes. But if it works for you, that's great.
Journal about your progress. And then we got another okay, so it's 3 pages of this, of like the sprint tracker, and then journaling about your progress.
Speaking of progress, what did you do during this sprint?
Hold on.
And are you going to write it in your new book? That one.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I could probably
12-hour marathon. You can start using your book, your new progress tracker book.
Yes, so
look at that. It came just in time.
That's a lot of like sprint trackers, journaling. See if there's anything different in here. No, that's okay. But really, the cover called to me. That's what really the cover. I mean, it's coffee, so you know. And I wrote 254 words.
Nice.
Well, like 200 of those words were copied from another document, but I still wrote it after midnight, so it still counts for today. So
yeah, it does.
And then I decided, yes, I'm writing down the kids' assignments in a little assignment tracker, but I want to have both of their assignments in a planner by itself. And I keep the planners that I have all their lesson plans. I keep them for like 2 years, and then I recycle them in case I need to refer back to what they did the year before, or if anyone's like, what have you been really doing with those kids? You know? So I found this one.
You'll never know. Lesson planner. I like it. It's very colorful with little flowers.
So let's see here. So it has a page about me. It's built for like a classroom, so it has like a field trip one, student roster. That's
Cammy
interesting.
Cammy mentioned Pentel pens, and I never realized that my current favorite pen, is a Pentel. Did not realize that.
I like the Tool brand,
Yeah, I like the Tool brand too.
or like the Papermate Flare tip ones,
I like those.
or I really like the S gel pens.
Mm-hmm. Same. This is an Energel needle tip. I like it.
So
Works well.
this one sets up so it has like things to do about a week. So like week 1, week 2, week 3, or like
this
6 weeks in
Is
that.
this okay?
lesson.
Is this part of your book mail that you got today too?
Yes, yep, I got this today. All right,
Okay.
so it has like a checklist of like things to do for each week.
Okay.
And then it's only Monday to Friday because most people only do schoolwork Monday to Friday.
I mean, that makes sense.
So it has space to write the subject at the top, and then everything you're doing across. And each square is lined. So like I could do Jackson one color and Lee in the other color. And then after 6 weeks, has another 6 things to do, week 7. And what I like about this one, and there's no wasted monthly pages, like, because I don't use the monthly calendar pages in their lesson planners anyway.
Okay.
And then it has a bunch of note pages at the end.
Okay.
And then anything else? Nope, that's it. Like note pages, a topic, the date. I like that it has like what do you want to get done per week? Like well, this week I want to do like 4 chapters of math or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's my book mail for today. I do have another package that's at the post office that has Jackson's Lego set that I bribed him with to help me clean out my closet.
So you know how like I think it was Kate Kavanaugh who did it first, the fall semester syllabus thing, where they were using like writing books and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I am not gonna lie, part of me wants to do that so bad, and that lesson planner that you just pointed out would be perfect for something like that.
I think so too.
Do I have the time or energy to do something like that? No, I do not. Not right now. I barely can keep up with the one class I'm taking right now. I'm taking a medical coding class online, and my days to work on it technically are Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, because I want to focus more on writing Tuesday through Saturday. And yeah, it's not going very well. Like I'm not getting very far very fast. It was supposed to only take me like a month to finish the course. We're now in month 3. I have not finished it.
Oh.
I haven't been
I wrote in it. I'm committed. I don't know if you can read it. It's right there.
I can. Well,
okay. All right.
I can't, but that's because I'm blind. So.
All right.
All right. Let's catch up comments because I see a bunch of comments now.
All right. Okay. So Renee said, "I really like Divinity. It really makes sense." Cami is here. She said, "Good morning."
Hi, Cami.
And Kimmy says, "I'm all about using things as soon as they arrive so I can return them in time if they don't work."
To be fair, if the camera doesn't work for me, it was a cheaper camera. I will definitely give it to my kids to play around with because both of them are interested in taking photography and videography. So we're good. Even if it doesn't work for me, it'll work for them as a learning experience. So.
All right, so Cammy's talking about pens. Pentels, when I go to non-fountain pen, I get the refills of those. I can put them into a pen house. I refer to field. Yeah. Renee says I love the same ones. You. Yay. And JC is here. Hello, sleepyhead. It's fine. Like, I honestly, I don't really expect people to stay here the whole time, especially because it's Saturday. It's the first Saturday of the month. Publishing with Andy has his 12-hour live stream that ends at 7 p.m. Eastern time today. And then there's a double down day with the Heart Readings writing community. And then plus whoever's doing the normal Saturday streams. So, but Skye, we can put it on the board for next year. I'll do the semester experiment with you. January would be a winter semester. January would be a winter semester.
We'll have to chat
How
more
about
about that because
how
for this,
about
but at the
we
same time, I'm like,
how about we wait and see if we can stick to our buddy reading plan one book at a time before we commit to a semester of learning?
I agree. But I
Okay.
have a feeling the buddy read thing will be fine. Like we're good with that.
Yeah.
Oh, let me grab that link so that anyone who wants to join us for our buddy read can join us for our buddy read.
Yes.
Do.
This one?
Boom! It came up. All I had to type was out, and my computer was like, "Yeah, I got you, boo."
So Skye and me are doing a buddy read with this book, Outlining Your Novel, Map Your Way to Success by K.M. Weiland. I'm saying that's how you pronounce her name until I am corrected by someone else other than me and Skye.
I was gonna say I pronounce it Wayland, but
I don't know.
Wayland, Wyland, it's one of the two.
So it is.
We're doing chapter 1 not tomorrow, but next Sunday.
Yeah.
And we're going to basically discuss just one chapter a week, and we're doing it on our Sundays with Skye or Steph and Skye.
Yeah. I came up with the name. She liked it. We're all about alliteration here. It's fine. Actually, a while back, I told Skye that I was going to do like a weekly update, kind of like Brandon Sanderson does, and I was going to do it on Sundays, updates, Sundays with Steph. And in fact, my Substack newsletter is called Snippets by Stephanie or something like that. And so that's the only reason I came up with all the S's of the name, because Sundays, Skye, Steph, it all worked out in the end. So there is the link for this book. It's also available in Kindle Unlimited, I think.
Is it? I mean, I already own it, so I don't know.
I don't know.
It won't show me.
Like if someone
Let me open an incognito window and find out.
Oh, JC says you pronounced the name correctly. Wayland. Okay.
No, it is not in Kindle Unlimited, unfortunately. It is $6.69.
But it's an ebook, right?
Yes.
Okay, so ebook or paperback?
The paperback is less than $10. So it's actually more cost efficient to get the paperback.
I would think so.
I guess that's the word I want to use.
I don't know. I don't really see the point of buying ebooks that are more than like $5, honestly.
I've done it.
I mean, I don't think I have bought ebook. But I mean, if there's only a few dollars difference between the paperback and the ebook, why not just get the ebook anyway? Or the paperback anyway, I mean. Okay, yeah. So JC says, or we could do sometime next year. That's not January. I'm just volunteering to do it with you. Sometimes experiments are less daunting when you're doing with someone else, accountability and all. And then JC said I was stupid. I didn't know how to pronounce my author names, and you were correct. So, all good.
She did not call you stupid. So, JC, about the semester thing, I'm here for it. Just remind me again in like November after I'm back from the wedding. So like mid-November, because A, I'm going to forget between now and then because it's me. And B, by then I should actually, be in a place where hopefully I'll have my shit together. Maybe. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm all for this. We're already planning for next year. We're only halfway through this year. It's too soon, yo. It's too soon. Too much too soon. Ah!
So I want you to look at the title of this stream. I found an error.
Uh-oh.
In the title of the stream.
Steram?
Like, right? I just noticed that just now.
Steram.
Steram instead of stream.
Steram.
My fingers move faster than my brain, apparently. I know you absolutely did not call me stupid. Okay.
You are not stupid. You just had a slow moment. That's what I tell my kids. Because whenever they're like, I'm stupid, I'm like, no, you're not stupid. You just had a slow moment. Stop it. I especially do that with my oldest because of the fact that she has a learning disability.
Mhm.
And she was like, that was what bullies were telling her, was that she's stupid because she couldn't keep up with them. I'm like, no, you're not stupid. You just have a slow moment. So that's how we fight that.
Okay. JC says, I'll remind you, Skye, I was supposed to do the semester experiment a while back too, and then I suddenly became homeless, and that was not a priority.
Fair.
That's fair. True. Okay. Oh, that's right. I was going to tell you guys my idea of my paranormal ghost story. Okay.
Ghost story.
Here's
This is
my
with the anthology with your local writer group, right?
yes.
Okay. I will eventually get this stuff right.
Okay, my local writer group, which I learned about the summer one like 2 weeks before the due date for it. So like my piece didn't get accepted. It's fine. All right, so this one is like a paranormal one. They already did one last year in October called Nevermore. And this one is going to be titled Never Say Nevermore, a paranormal blah, blah, blah. After that, I forget exactly how it's going to be worded. But so I don't really write ghost stories, really. I mean, I think I have a ghost living in my house, but I didn't really want to write a story about the ghost living in my house to like anger the ghost. What if I got it wrong? So I'm writing a totally different ghost story. Like I see this person and I've seen her like in my closet. I've seen her before my eye, and I've named that ghost in my house Grace. Okay, named her Grace.
So Grace is the ghost. We like Grace. Okay, cool.
Yes. Don't get like some heebie-jeebie feeling from her, because I've complete like dark shadow bodies walking across the floor. It's fine. So it's not the first time I've had to go to my house, but this first time having to go to my house, it doesn't give me the creep, so I'm okay with it. All right, so this ghost story I'm writing is all right. It starts out with this mom on the phone with her daughter, and the daughter's like, "I really wish you'd move closer to me," and the mom's like, "No, I need to do this." So basically, what happens is the mom, she goes to visit her husband's gravestone at the cemetery every year on the anniversary of his death, because it's what she does. So every year she gets up and does the same. The night before, she takes a bath in like bath oils that she really likes, that her husband really liked, and then the next morning she always gets up and has her husband's favorite meal of like pancakes or waffles, and then coffee the same every year on the anniversary. Because this particular day, the day before, her daughter's like, "Come," and she's like, "I have to do this," and the daughter's like, "I'm really worried about you. You've been doing this for like the last decade of your life. Like your life revolved around going to his gravestone every year. So then the next day she gets up, and the anniversary of his death is in the middle of summer. And this particular morning, the sky is a little overcast. She thinks, maybe it's not going to be as sunny as it usually is. That's okay. And then she makes his favorite breakfast, and the syrup doesn't taste quite as sweet, and then the coffee doesn't taste quite the same as his caramel macchiato flavored creamer that he likes in his coffee. And then she goes to the gravestone, and every year on the anniversary, she goes to the gravestone and she like pulls the weeds and trims the grass around it, because the weeds grow up every year. And then she gets there and she's like, "Oh, wow, someone did it for me for the first time. I'll have to thank the caretaker." And so then she places the yellow daffodils that she has in her hand down on the gravestone. And that's when she notices for the first time there is a second name on the gravestone next to her husband's, which is her name dated the day before his death. The end. What do you think?
Well,
that's the gist of my story.
Do you need someone when is the story due? This is the one you want to write by August 1st, because the due date is August 22nd.
Well, I think it's like August 11th or 15th is the due date, but I want to have it done by August 1st. And yes, if you want to read it and tell me how I need to fix it, that's fine by me.
How long is this supposed to be?
No more than 7,000 words.
Okay. I'll beta read for you if you beta read for me, because I was planning on submitting to the AWC Anthology, because they are doing an anthology, but those stories are supposed to be like 5,000 words long, which is going to kill me because that is super short. All of my short stories are like 10,000 words, y'all. It's really hard for me to write something shorter than that these days. No one asked your opinion, phone.
I'm thinking it'll probably be a couple thousand words. Probably. Okay. And I'm thinking I'll probably add in like her describing her day going to the gravestone the year before. And her daughter saying you should cut, like everything's gonna be the same. Like her daughter's calling her, like, hey, you should move back here. I'm really worried about you. And then she does the thing about the coffee and the waffles and goes to the gravestone and pulls back the weeds and lays the yellow daffodils. And then flash forward to the following year type thing. So then the reader knows this is what's normal, happens every year.
Okay.
All right. JC says names are hard.
They are.
Yes. So I'm hoping to get this done fairly soon. When do you think you'll have your story ready for me to read, JC? Do you think? The one I'm beta reading for you, when do you think you'll want me to beta read it?
If you're beta reading the one that she's currently editing, she told me this morning she has like 4 chapters left, I think, to edit.
No, you.
Oh, you said JC. That's the reason I was confused.
Oh, okay. No, you, the one that you want me to beta read for you.
I don't even know what I'm writing yet.
Oh, okay.
I have like 3 ideas I'm flip-flopping between, but because like the stories are supposed to be 5,000 words, I'm just like, I don't know if I can make this just 5,000 words and still follow the prompt they want. So I might have to skip this anthology just because, like, to me, that's just the shortest I've done in like 5 years as far as like short stories go were 8,000 words. Hers is going to be ready to beta read after next week. Nice.
Yay. Oh, now reminds me, I still have to read Adrian's. I still have that. Yep.
Oh, dear. Too many stories.
Exactly. That's okay. I shared with you the list of books that I'm having Ileana read for her 11th grade literature year.
28 is a lot of freaking books. I think that's how many I read throughout all 4 years of high school. I'm just saying, that's a lot.
So the thing is, for example, when she was doing a paper on Susan B. Anthony, she willingly read all 5 books in 2 days from cover to cover.
Nice.
So she does read.
He reads fast.
Adrian's deadline, he just said, just give it to me when you can. He didn't really give me a deadline, not like a strict deadline. But I would like to get it done. I mean, his stories read pretty fast, and so when I beta read, I just have it pulled open like in either Google Docs or Word, and as I'm reading, I just add comments along the way, like a reaction. You know what I mean? Instead of reading the whole thing through.
Yeah.
What's the prompt for your short story that you may not write?
Let me pull it back up. I have 2 things that I've saved recently that are all like Google Forms. Okay, it says, let me share the. I don't know if I'm allowed to share the form actually. Now that I think about it. I can't share the form. Okay, I can't share the form on stream because I think it was only supposed to be available to those who actually attended, and they did keep track of that with stuff. I don't know how they were keeping track of it. Anyways, it says bonds that bloom and bind. It's all about characters forming deep emotional connections, whether with another person, a group, a place, or even an idea. There are the kinds of bonds that change people, shape who they are, and sometimes even hold them back. It's about the intensity of those emotional ties that bloom into something beautiful or bind in ways that are hard to break. So that is the prompt, basically. And it has to be anywhere from 100 to 5,000 words. The main idea I'm thinking about going with is we have magpies here, and a lot of times in stories I see like crows and ravens used as like the main bird figures as far as like magical creatures go, but magpies are just as intelligent as ravens and crows, and I don't see them a lot in stories. So I was thinking of doing a story where someone bonds with a magpie as they're familiar instead of either a raven or a crow. I thought that would be cool to do, especially since we've got so many magpies here. So that's the story idea I am possibly going to go with. It's just that it might not be under that word count, and that's what's getting to me.
Okay. Yeah, so here's how I came up with having Ileana read so many books, because she spends like 9 hours a day staring at Instagram. It's ridiculous. Okay.
So
And
she's going to train screen time for reading time. I get it.
And so this past school year, I told the kids, okay, no electronics till you're done with your schoolwork. Okay. Hold on. JC, I did respond to this and let you know when I would be done. So I sent you a message on Facebook Messenger. And so, like, she spends a lot of time there. And so I asked Jesse, like, hey, when your mom was having you read books and stuff, because he was homeschooled all throughout his high school years, I go, how many books did your mom have you read? And she, a book a freaking week.
Just
read a book
52 a year. Yeah, that makes sense.
a week. I'm like, okay.
That's
so
doable.
Some of these, all right, so I came up with the books, and then I put in my little, one of my journals with like a sticky tab, and like figured out the order. And so this is the order, okay? So my goal today, Illy is going to finish Animal Farm. She has 4 chapters left, and then she's going to work on finishing up the study guide that came with it that I bought for it. And so because they are staring at the screen too much, I'm making them start school in July instead of August, okay? So in July, she's going to finish Animal Farm. And this is my fantasy land of schedule because she's a procrastinator, but this is the order of books, okay? So after Animal Farm, she's going to do Of Mice and Men, which is really thin.
Yeah.
And then Lord of the Rings. Yeah, and then Lord of the Rings 2 Towers, a big book after that. Okay, and I also already had the study guide for it that I bought last year. She hasn't got around to. Then in August, 4 books in August. Fever 1793, which is set like during like the yellow fever pandemic in the UK, I believe. And then we had Lord of the Flies, Scarlet Letter, and Little Women. Okay. Then in September, Diary of Anne Frank. And I found a really cool writing idea for her to do for that book. And then Pride and Prejudice. I have read the book and then watch the movie.
Which movie? Movie or miniseries? The 2005 with Keira Knightley?
I think so.
You look so confused.
I don't know.
I just recently watched the miniseries with Colin Firth.
Was it not good?
No, I liked it. I just, because I was introduced to the 2005 version first, that one's actually my favorite.
Okay.
They both stand up equally, but I have noticed that there is like a divide. Those who watch the 2005 one like it. If they watch that one first, they like it. If they watch the Colin Firth one first, they like it. So it just, both are equally good.
Okay. All right. And then she's going to do a play, Much Ado About Nothing, a Shakespeare play. I got a No Fear Shakespeare book at the bookstore for her to do, where on one side of the page is the play, like in Shakespearean language, and on the opposing side is plain English wording of the exact same. And then also Jesse was in that play, and he memorized the entire play, so like he can be helpful. Mm-hmm. And then October, because it's October Halloween time, Frankenstein, like the original Frankenstein, and then the play, I guess, not play, poem, Beowulf, because it's written verse form. I don't know.
Epic.
Yeah. In November. Yep. In November, I've already shared her with us. So it's okay. So in November, I'm going to have her finish the Lord of the Rings trilogy with Return of the King. And I've already figured out what the writing project is going to be for that book. And then The Great Gatsby and The Outsiders. And then in December, she's going to do the short story study because it's December. And by then she'll probably be wanting a break, and I will be too. And then when we come back to school in January, by then I'm hoping we'll get to the chapters or have already gotten the chapters for World War II. And so she's going to read All Quiet on the Western Front, and then The Giver, and then also Catch-22. And then February, there's another book we got called Before the Storm, and it's set right after World War II. And then To Kill a Mockingbird. And then in March, The Catcher in the Rye, The Grapes of Wrath, and another play, Macbeth. In April, we're going to read The Princess Bride, Wuthering Heights, and then the play King Lear. And then May, The Kite Runner, and then Paper Towns by John Green. That is my pie in the sky plan of action for the series. Ellie said she would rather have all the plays in 1 month and then all the war stuff in 1 month, but I'm going to spread it around because I know that's what she says, but I think having all the war books right after one after another might be a little much for her brain. It would be too much for my brain too.
Sorry, I heard a crash and I had to investigate what was going on because I thought it was the dog falling over. He's older and he's wobbly.
All right, so there's like a shortened version in Jackson's history book of Beowulf, like just like a 1 page, like the battle scene in Beowulf. And the kids really liked it. And for some reason, when I read it, I read it like in a rhyming
Musical.
song tone.
You've got a lilt to your voice when you read it.
Yes. But yeah, so this one, the short story, I'm going to have her do in December because it'll be really quick to get through.
I think DeHub's read Beowulf. I'm asking him now. Oh, excuse me. That is not what I want.
Here, let me give you a better view of my shirt.
He's your fluffy shirt. Oh, it says The Chosen One on the bottom. Okay. That's what I was trying to read earlier. And I was just like, I'm not staring at your boobs, I promise.
I got this and another shirt from at Christmas time or my birthday, one of the two. Jesse picked these out, and then Jackson picked out this blue sweatshirt that has Yoshi from Mario World on it. Yes, I did see that he passed away yesterday. Me and Jackson are watching through Charmed right now. We're actually on season 4, episode 3. This is 1 more page is now part of the group. Anyway, yeah, so I got this shirt, and then I got one that has a vampire from Twilight on it. What's his name? Edward, right? Yeah, Edward's on there. And it says, I like boys that sparkle on it. So, yeah, it's Julian McMahon. I watched him in Nip Tuck a long time ago.
See, when I had a friend who sent me a link about that yesterday, and when I was telling Justin about it, he straight up told the girls, he was like, that was one of your mom's celebrity crushes growing up. I'm like, he was. Yeah, you're right. He was.
Billy, what you doing? Okay. So that's my plan. You probably by like March, I'll be like, you know what? We'll probably forget the rest of it. It's fine. But we've gotten her books for Christmas and her birthday, and we're just sitting there waiting for a rainy day. And so, oh yeah, that's right. So this past year, I always told the kids, okay, when you're done with your schoolwork, you can have your electronics, be it your phone or your gaming device, your Kindle or Switch or whatever. But then Ellie would just like rush through her work and not have to she have to go back and correct it, or sometimes your handwriting is so fast that you can't read your handwriting. So now I'm going to say no going until this time of the day on the days that you have school.
Okay.
So hopefully, like, you won't feel so apt to be rushed to get through it. All right, so JC says she watched him, of course, in Charmed, and he also played FBI Most Wanted. I've not seen that show.
I haven't seen that one. I saw a couple episodes of Nip Tuck, but it was so long ago I couldn't tell you anything about it.
I need to start rewatching Charmed again soon. I've only watched the entire series. I've watched the entire series of Charmed, Angel, and Xena Warrior Princess, and Hercules Legendary Journeys, and a bunch of other shows. So, like, when the kids want to watch it through with me, I'm like, I get to. So me and Jack were watching the show. We got to like season 3 or 4. He's like, I really like this. And one time he paused and he's like, Mom, are you going to unpause it? That's when I knew he was paying attention. And so I said, okay, give you one hint. One of the sisters dies. And I'm like, who do you think it's going to be? He's like, Piper. I'm like, okay. So he's thinking it's going to be Piper, right? Holly Marie Combs. And then, like, the beginning of season 3, he's like, actually, I think it's going to be Phoebe. Phoebe's going to die. It was neither one.
It was neither one.
Yeah, so that was pretty cool because, I obviously know what's going to happen.
I have never seen any of the shows all the way through. None of the ones you mentioned.
I've watched Castle all the way through, Bones.
Nope.
Let's see what else I've watched all the way through. House, I've watched all the way through.
Nope.
Once, and then I watched the last season again a second time because I watched all the way through, but Jesse hadn't. So I'm like, wait till you get the last season, then let me know. When you get to there. I really liked how that ended. Have you watched House?
Not all the way through. I think I'm on season 3.
I watched most of Grey's Anatomy, except for the last season. I kind of petered off because I thought it was getting stupid. I've watched all of 911 Lone Star, and I really liked how it ended because it made you think that the captain of the firehouse was going to die, and he ended up other stuff happening. Okay. Also, I found out they're making a new, like, another spit. So there's 911, the main show, and there's 911 Lone Star, and that ended. But now they're making 911 Nashville.
Ooh.
And it has, I want to say, okay, who has seen NCIS Los Angeles?
I've seen a few episodes here and there, but I haven't seen all. I have actually never watched any of the shows, like, series all the way through. I've seen episodes here and there, and I've seen seasons here and there. But, like, I cannot name a single series where I've watched every single episode and every single season.
Okay, so on NCIS Los Angeles, there's like the black dude, like I think he's played by LL Cool J, maybe? No. Is that right?
No.
And no, who is that? Who is he played by? Dang it.
Google to the rescue. You said Los Angeles?
Yeah, NCIS Los Angeles. There is an actress named Kenzie and then her partner Deeks, and then the other two people
you're right.
that are partnered together. There's LL Cool J, and then his partner in the show. He's going to be playing in
Nashville,
the 911 Nashville, and then his wife is being played by Jessica Capshaw.
Okay, I don't know who that is, but
she plays one of the characters on Grey's Anatomy, but she's not in the show anymore. But they didn't kill off her character. She's
I know who that is. Okay,
yeah.
She played Arizona in Grey's Anatomy.
So
I know who characters are. I just don't know actors and actresses' name.
Okay, all right. We got some comments here. That series is one I can never get enough of. Renee is here listening and folding some laundry. Got it. That was a sad episode where the sister died. Mm-hmm. She's appalled.
Because I don't like Grey's Anatomy. And I've seen full episodes. I've never seen the full series.
Yeah, from beginning to end.
I know exactly what happens because my mom would watch it religiously and I would get a full recap, which is part of the reason I've never actually seen it, is because I know what happens. And I'm like, I don't need to watch it, but I do need to watch it. I would like to see it. I just haven't. And yeah, she's mad at me because I don't like Grey's Anatomy. I've watched so many episodes. I like clips I have seen because YouTube decides that I want to watch shorts from different episodes, but I don't like the show overall.
Okay. Yeah, this last season gotten a little so I haven't really caught up on it. No, wait, I did. I stopped watching for a little bit, and then I caught up on it, and then of course there's another explosion, another one at the hospital for a cliffhanger, of course, because why not? And then there's that one show, Odyssey, where it's like a ship show. Everyone's on a ship, and then there was like crossover where characters from 911 went on the ship, and they got stuck on the ship or something. No, they went on the ship, and anyhow. They canceled that show, Odyssey. It was dumb. It was the most dumb show ever.
Oh, show is done? Okay.
Yeah. It was. I've watched like 3 episodes. I couldn't. And the only reason I watched episodes is because there's a crossover that went from 911 into that ship, onto the ship. So, yes, LL Cool J is in CIS, Los Angeles. Yep. What in the world have you been watching?
As far as shows go, I've been watching anime, and mostly I've been watching movies. Like the most recent movie we've watched was K-pop Demon Hunters, which I've now seen twice. I grew up watching animated movies, and I will pick an animated movie over a TV show any day of the week. I'm just saying. Even if I've watched that movie 100 times already. I'm sorry, I haven't. There's, 9 seasons? 8 seasons. There's 8 seasons. That's long. And that was back when seasons were like 20 plus episodes long. Nowadays, thanks to the Netflix era, we've got seasons that are only like 7 episodes.
Oh, good. I do hate that I won't get to see Joshua Jackson because he was a star on the Odyssey show. Yeah, I mean, I thought I'd like it, but I didn't. It wasn't very good.
Okay, so I had to look up who that was because the name sounds familiar, but I couldn't put a face to the name. And I was never a Dawson's Creek girly. Sorry for anyone who was, because I know that's where most people know him from. And I did like the few episodes I saw of Fringe when it was still on TV.
Oh, that's right. He's on that one.
Yeah,
I liked One Tree Hill better than Dawson's Creek.
I did not like either one.
It's okay. I've watched that show like several times. I like it because like there's always something going on. There's a social evil. There's a time when there's like they take on the powers of the Titans and stuff like that. Also watched Castle and loved that show. I thought Castle ended the most ridiculous way. I hated the ending of Castle. Despised it.
I have not seen all of it, but I've seen about half of Castle. Everwood was the. So speaking of like One Tree Hill, Dawson's Creek, and stuff like that, the one that I liked was Everwood.
I like that one. I haven't watched all of it yet. I think I watched One Tree Hill after it already came out. Like, but I don't think I watched Dawson. You know, like I've watched a few episodes of Dawson's Creek. I haven't watched it all the way through.
Fringe, not Friends. It was a paranormal. It was some kind of paranormal show where like had like each episode they had to solve a different mystery of something weird going on in wherever they were. He was part of this investigation team. I can't even remember exactly what it was.
Yes, everyone hated Cindy Castle. It was horrible. The only other show I've ever watched that I hated ending was, I want to say it was Breakout Kings, but I don't think it was that. It was a show where there was a cop that kind of was on the bad side of the tracks, but then he came back to the good side. And so his idea to track down bad guys was to take like these group of like 3 or 4 prisoners who were in prison for a long time, but they weren't like murderers. They had other crimes that they were in prison for. Take them out and then use them to track down worse bad guys. And every time they helped track down a worse bad guy, they got a month taken off of their sentence. Okay. All right. So then this cop guy, he he had this adversary cop that was wanting him to like go away forever, like not be a cop anymore. And so this cop that was in charge of these prisoners, he finally, one of the prisoners he was after was someone that killed his wife or had something to do with his wife dying. And so they all, the last episode, they all were going after him, and they got into a fight up on the top of this big building, a roof of a building. And the prisoners were there, the bad guy was there, the cop was there, and they get into a fight. And then the bad guy falls down, dies. Okay, and so then this other cop who didn't like the idea, who's using prisoners to help catch bad guys, was like, listen, you know what happened, I know what happened, so I just need to tell me what happened. And also, whoever tells me what I want to know gets out of here scot-free, and you can leave free as a free person. That's the end of this episode or the end of the show. You never know. That's how it ended. It was so dumb. Because, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
hey, yeah. So I think they were gonna make another up season, but then they like canceled it or something. All right, so I'm gonna do these comments and we'll do another sprint.
Okay.
BC says One Tree Hill was my show. Oh, I watched One Tree Hill as it was airing. Okay, Fringe. Yes, that one I knew about. Thought you said Friends. My bad. That was me. Everyone watched it as I aired it. Missed the last season.
Yeah.
I watched a few episodes of it. I really liked it. I just wasn't one that was like, I need to watch it to the end. Yes, JC, we'll sprint again.
Never.
Well, technically, I came in after all had sprinted, so I wasn't here for the other sprints too. So there's only been one, okay?
Yeah, we've been just chatting the entire time.
Because as we've established, when we were doing these dual sprints, dual streams, mine is more chatty. And I think that's because mine starts off the stream. Okay. But then when we get to Skye's channel, it's more in the evening time. People are ready to like finish up strong. How's that 12K day coming along, Skye?
Oh, I'm banging out the words. Totally. I have not written a damn thing.
I've written the 200 and some odd words. That's it. So,
I mean, I've written 0 because I was sitting here making covers for a series I didn't need to create.
I've created covers for my next 5 books. So,
I have 7 series with full covers that I haven't written a damn word to. So, I'm doing great. I love this job. It's fantastic.
Yes. Okay. All right. They were supposed to do another season of Castle, but they couldn't get past the tension on their set. Yeah.
I do remember hearing about that.
Yeah, only one. But Nathan Fillion says that he likes filming the Rookie better than the Castle because it's less exhausting on him. Because in Castle, he's like the main character, so he's in every scene on every episode. Yeah. But in the Rookie, where he's one of the rookie cops, like he's not in every single scene. He may be in every single episode, but he's not in every single scene, so it's less demanding of a filming schedule, he says.
Yeah, I do remember reading that. I've seen a few episodes of Rookie, and I like it. I have not watched it all the way, and I know it ties in with 911 as well.
No.
There's some characters that are crossing over.
Some actors cross over.
I thought they were the same characters.
But not their characters.
Oh, okay. I did not miss that.
Nope. Yeah. So far there has not been any like. There's actors like there's actors from number 1 that appear in the Rookie, but they just.
I thought they played
share.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, I've watched it a few times.
Couldn't tell.
Okay. Yeah, he is technically the main character, but the way it's shot, he's not in every single scene, so it's less demanding of a schedule. Okay, I'm going to get a refill on my drink and work on my writing during this next sprint.
Sounds good.
Look at that. Usually I close out the page after reload all over again. I mean that is true. 4-year-old Rookie, this would be him, so it's true. But I also feel like they the other people in the show share the screen pretty well with him. Okay, let's do this. My husband has graced us with his presence. He's finally up. So I will chat at him a little bit. And then come back and
25.
see about this. All right. Let's press play or start,
Let's do it.
All right. Let's do it. All right. How did you feel on that, guy? Did you give me your work done? How's that? How's some words? You're right. I'm kidding. We all know us. Although you might, or you never know.
Okay, I honestly have no idea what you just said because it was like garbled.
Oh, okay.
I don't know
Anyways.
why.
Oh, that's weird. How'd you do? What'd you do?
I hate myself, apparently. I sent you a message on Facebook with a screenshot, and I've already made changes to that, but that's not the point. The point is I now have 7 series in this shared world. To be fair, 2 series were already planned out, but I just put them in this world, and I'll find a way to tie them in. And I created 2 new series, one that I did the last sprint and the one this sprint. So yeah,
I like the names you have for them. Can I share?
I'm gonna if it'll let me, I'm gonna share a screenshot.
Okay.
Let me figure out if it'll let me. But in the meantime, yeah, that's what I worked on, and then I got like almost 600 words as well. So like I did a lot actually.
All right. So I'm working on the ghost story, and I was working on the I'm being very detailed with the rituals of her morning, of what she does in her house when she goes to her husband's grave. So then the next year, when she's like, doesn't taste quite the same or doesn't look quite the same, then the reader can notice the differences too and just be like, something's going on. But I wrote 295 words that time. Look at that.
There you go.
Coming right along.
And didn't you have like a word count goal for your 75 challenge?
Yes. It was 1,000. Well, I originally said 1,000 words when I write.
Okay.
Well, no, it was 2. Was it 2,000? Was it 1,000? Oh, that's right, because I was doing 1,000 words 5 days a week, but then I was like, that's a lot of words to write consistently every day of the week, every day I write. And then you and I were talking about it, and we're like, what if we did like 500 words a day?
Yeah. Which means you beat your word goal.
Well, yeah, look at that. Wow. So, yeah, so far my story is 549 words. So I think the story will come out to a few thousand words. No problem. All right. And I also talked to my husband because he was up, and then he reminded me, because last night I told him to remind Illy to read her freaking book that she hasn't finished yet. So he's like, how is she reading on the book? So she's reading it now.
Okay.
Let's see what you got to share here.
So the world is Serenity, and there's 7 series, each with 7 stories. Because I hate myself.
I mean, that makes sense though.
The first 3 are completely plotted out, so like we're good there. And the 5th and 6th series, the 5th series is completely plotted out, and the 6th series I had 3 stories already in it, and I was just like, I was planning on putting it in the same world as the Dashing Dragons one, so let me just put them all in the same world and add some more stories to it. So yeah, I've got Sultry Solstices, Monstrous Mates, Captivating Cryptids, Circus Companions, Dashing Dragons, Romantic Royals, and Wooing Witches. So I'm having lots of fun with that. I've got covers made for all of them now already, because I have titles for all of the stories already, except for the Wooing Witches. That's one I don't have titles for yet. I'll figure it out. They're all going to be witchy.
All right. So check these comments here. So JC said that she's going to go between beta reading and editing her video.
Nice.
Oh, she said it, which means I won't get any writing done because that's the way I was going to chat with him. But I got writing done. I was pretty proud of myself how much writing got done. JC's telling you to write.
I did give words, but I was mostly doing that.
Rachel is here. I know how it's going. And I told her that it was a bit chatty today, and I was influenced by her posts and makeup.
I love that.
Using it.
Did you write down your word count that you just got? Yay! There we go. So Rachel, she said she was inspired to get that by you, and she got it and opened it while we were live. So she got to start filling it out today.
Yes. Okay. Telling JC to shush as you're writing. Same race as she is. And you're apparently blank for punishment and adding more short story series in the universe to have ideas for them all. I mean, that's the point. But you have titles. Titles is sometimes harder than the story itself. So,
True.
enjoying the word tracker. I like having something on hand for that. Yeah. I don't have to worry about like pulling a file or writing in the spreadsheet or tracking elsewhere. So, this is nice. Plus, it's like super, it's a nice size. It's not super huge. It's not like a super bulky thing. These can become more, so go for it. Rachel is rearranging old writing to fit into the plot of the last book in the main series.
Ooh, nice.
I know you're probably not a show topic anymore, but one of my recent favorites is Wildfire. Came out several years ago and recently discovered it.
Is that the one with like the teenage delinquent who's sent to a racehorse farm or some kind of horse farm? And the horse's name is Wildfire or something to that effect? Like that sounds familiar, but I don't know if I'm thinking the same thing or if I'm completely messing it up. And now I have to Google it because it's going to bug me.
You said you were going to write a short story for the AWC Anthology, but the more I think about it, the less certain I am that I can write a short story under 5K. My shortest in 5 years has been 8K. I can write a short story under 5K, but I don't even have an idea what I would write for that prompt because it's the Krampus Anthology, right?
No, the AWC one is the one I read about the binds that are forever kind of thing.
Oh,
that's okay.
I haven't even heard of that one yet.
It's what I read earlier, The Bonds That Bloom and Bind, all about characters forming deep emotional connections.
Yeah, I don't think I could write something under 5,000 words for that prompt. Okay, thank you. The girl has to go handle laundry. Yes. She likes her alliteration, for sure.
My alliteration.
And Renee has a question. So, you have any idea on advice on planning an interconnected series? What were your first steps? For me, it wasn't going to be an interconnected series. It was going to be a standalone, and it just grew from there. Honestly, I didn't plan it that way.
I feel like that's a long topic. I am going to save that for tomorrow's Q&A. How about that? Is that okay, Renee? Are you cool with that? Oh, she's saying that about the wildfire. Yes. Okay, awesome. Then I know what show. And it's one of the few shows I've actually seen all the episodes for. But has it been so long since I've seen it? It came out in like 2005. Let me share a link. Not to the show, but to like information about it. Oh, gosh, dang it. I don't want to know about wildfires in my area. It's not what I asked.
Let's see here. You can watch it on Netflix. Oh, it's on Amazon. Tubi, Pluto, Plex. All right. Might watch that one. I found it.
Yeah, I liked that one. I watched all the episodes, but I was a horse girl. I grew up breeding and raising horses. And so if there was any kind of horse-related show, my mom was all for it. And that's how, if it's a horse show, I've probably seen every single episode. I'm just saying. Wildfire is one of the few I've seen every single episode. And then the other one is about some sisters who inherit. They're all estranged from each other, except one of their parents dies. I think it's their mom. And they inherit the ranch. It's like the McLeod sisters. It's based on a Debbie McComber book, I think.
Okay.
Heartland, I've seen every single episode for. I have all the seasons. I have DVD.
I watched like the first 4 seasons of Heartland. I didn't realize that they're already on like season 18 or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long one.
So Heartland was one of the funny ones because I grew up reading the books and I read the whole series before the show came out. And then I didn't think they were related. And then my mom started watching the show and she was like, hey, don't you have these books? And I watched the episode with her and I was like, oh, it is my books.
That's cool. How similar are they to the books? Did they stray a lot from the script?
yes and no. Like there's they took a lot of creative licenses, but I think the changes they made actually worked better, if that makes sense. Like there were some things about the books that I didn't like that they had to change for the show just because they aged the characters up a little bit, which made sense.
Okay.
And in doing so, it changed the storyline, but in a way that made it better, in my opinion.
So, JC says a movie called Wild Hearts Can't Be Broken about a horse diver who ends up going blind and has to learn. A horse
Yes.
diver?
Yes, there was
Is that even a thing?
Not anymore because it was dangerous for both horse and rider. And yes, I remember that movie. It was one of the movies we grew up with so much. For the longest time, I wanted to be a horse diver, and I didn't realize it was no longer a thing at the time. It used to be part of the rodeos and circuses. You should look it up. It's actually really cool. Dangerous as fuck, but really cool. Basically, the horse runs up a long ramp that's high up in the air. The diver has to jump on the horse's back, and then it jumps off the ramp into a pool.
Oh,
and it's like 100 feet down.
I can see how that might be a little dangerous for sure.
Riders died more often than horses did. But both died. Or were seriously injured.
I mean, I can only imagine if they went to go jump on the horse and they missed.
Or they got tangled up with the horse as it fell.
Yeah.
Or the horse stopped and did not jump and the rider did.
Yeah, that's true.
Those were the kind of movies that, like I said, if it was horse related, I watched it. Probably. I have a video that I want to make talking about like authors who influence you, and like the first 3 are all people who wrote horse books.
All right, so remember I was telling you one of the books Leona's going to read is by Anne Frank, and I found this thing on Teachers Pay Teachers, and there's a lot of like say guides or like writing activities to go with all these different books, and so one of them is to create a journal. While you're reading Diary of Anne Frank, you're going to write your own journal of your own, but you can write it from the point of view of one character throughout the whole thing. You have 15 diary entries by the time the book is done. And so they gave ideas like, is it going to be from the point of view of the mom or the dad or her sister or one of the people that lived there? Or you use Kitty. Kitty is the name that she gives her diary. And so a lot of her diary entries are written as letters like, Dear Kitty, like today I did this, my sister's so annoying or whatever. And then it's like, love always Anne, loved Anne or whatever. And so I told her, like, you could do it that way. So you're going to write letters back to Kitty as if you're responding to whatever Anne is writing in the book.
Okay.
And she thought that was a neat idea. So,
I like it.
Because some of the stuff, it's like, if some of the books are based in real things like the World War II or set during like Civil War time or things like that, I might have her write more researchy type papers, okay. But then like, some of them I might have her just be creative writing. Like when she finishes the third Lord of the Rings book, I'm going to have her rewrite the ending.
Okay.
As if Frodo didn't put the ring in the pit and did this right. Like, what would you see happening? That sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know. They're just different ideas. So it's not like you're not always like writing a book for after every book, or not always. You're going to try to like change it up a little bit, I guess.
That makes sense.
She shared a trailer for
Wild Hearts Can't Be Broken.
Yay. We'll add that to my list of shows I can watch in the middle of the day when I can't sleep. I'm going to brew some coffee for our next sprint.
I am halfway done with my monster, and I am tired when I should not be. It's great. It's great.
Your body's still recovering from all that drinking you did last night.
I totally drank so much. So much.
That's called a party foul. When you leave a beer open, you don't finish it.
Do I look like I care?
I'm kidding. Totally kidding.
Plus, I wasn't partying, except if you count solo partying, because the fact that I was playing Monster Hunter and drinking my drink, like, I guess I was partying. Such a party monster.
Had brownies and popcorn while I watched Independence Day.
Brownies. We have cake. We have cake. Hold on. When we start the next sprint, I'm gonna have to call my husband and be like, "Did you cut the cake? Can I bring you a slice? Can I have a kiss? Can I have some cake? Cake." He's gonna be like, "What?"
Is he even awake yet?
Yeah, he's out. He's playing. What is he playing? Steam decided to tell me what he was playing. What is he playing?
I think I might take out my braids today. I've had them in my hair for like 4 days.
He's playing Monster Hunter Wild with a friend of ours, so they're probably hunting together. I want to go hunt some monsters,
So,
but I can't because I'm doing a 12-hour marathon.
JC says she shared your stream in a post on my community tab. Actually, I shared the post you made.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Spreading the love.
I guess I made a post on my community tab.
I have scheduled so many. I don't know what any of them are posting.
Wait, you can schedule the post on your community tab?
You can schedule posts on community tab.
That is interesting.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, because you can just share all your like, hey, my live stream's tomorrow, and then you can share that post the day before or whatever. That's cool. I didn't know that.
I only discovered it recently, and like my goal is to start like posting more to different like things. So I scheduled a whole bunch at the same time. So
I knew I shared it somewhere. I couldn't remember if it was Instagram or YouTube. Oh. So, I'm pretty sure I told Skye this before we went live. Since July, a lot of times you hear about Christmas in July, and I have a Christmas book. So I put my Christmas book for free starting today, and 4 or 5 days. And I literally only shared it like on an Instagram story, like at 6 o'clock this morning. And so I checked it like at 10 a.m. this morning.
okay.
And so far 2 books have been bought. Which, yeah, I know, like it's a free book, but I also feel like it's not a super long book. See, look at that.
That is not a super long book at all.
No, it's a short story. Definitely a short story.
3 chapters, not chapters, pages. So we were talking about pages of that other one that you have Illy reading.
37. 37.
37, okay.
It could be shorter, but I have my chapter headings this big.
Got it.
I knew it was going to be a short story. I didn't like con myself to think it's going to be like a novella or something. I knew it was going to be a super short story because it's Christmas time and stuff. And so I was like, I'll do it for 5 days. And so I decided to do it this weekend. And so far 2 people have bought it. I'm assuming super people have purchased it. And, you know, sometimes I'll put my first book in the series for free, but not very many people buy it. But for whatever reason, they decided to buy it this time. Probably because it's a short story, and you know, everyone in the short story book is part of the previous 4 stories, or 3, 4 stories. Because there's Waves of Love and Laughter is one story, and then Santa's Second Chances is 3 different stories in one.
Okay, yeah.
So like, the holiday story has Luke and Sophia, and then it has like their best friends and and then all the other girls that are in the town are in the story too. So I figure it's a good introduction for people to see the different characters interacting with each other. So that's it. I just want to say that was exciting. I don't know if it was because of my sharing on Instagram, but it's there. or people really want to read Christmas stories in July. You never know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Rachel says, sorry, I kept going because I was on a roll. That's totally fine.
What did you do?
And yes, Rachel, what did you do? What did you do? How much did you do? Did you cry? Did you laugh?
She mentioned laundry, but I don't know if that's what she meant by the fact that she was on a roll. So,
Renee says I haven't really used the community tab. I'm just not sure how to use it, to be honest. I mainly just use it to like share upcoming live streams, or if there's an event on YouTube like Loud Writing Challenge or the Weekend Relay stuff, or like for a while, sometimes I'll do like a poll, like what is the next thing you want to hear from me, or when I was thinking about changing my author name and things like that, or when I was getting feedback on different covers choices. JC doesn't know that you can schedule community tabs. Interesting.
like I said, I only just recently learned it.
Rachel says I used to love horses and unicorns in my literature, but at some point shifted to dragons. Not sure why or when. But dragons are just horses and unicorns with wings. It's fine.
So, speaking of horses and unicorns, my mythical creature, as far as like horse-related careers go, was always the alicorn, which is a winged unicorn. That was my favorite critter, and there's not a lot of stories with them. But yes, dragons have always been. My dad and I share the same birthday, and we've always both been dragon lovers. But whenever we celebrated our birthday and we wanted to do something separate, he would be dragons and I would be unicorns, alicorns, stuff like that. And that's how we did differentiate our birthdays. But we are both dragon lovers, unicorn lovers, and stuff like that.
So Rachel says they got 3 more paragraphs updated and then cut 2 others that just didn't work anymore since we updated the story.
Okay.
And then JC says, or if you have something you want to promote, like books, events, etc., you can use it for that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I could probably share my, hey, next 5 days, buy this book for free. You can read it for free in Kindle Unlimited, but if you don't have Kindle Unlimited, or if you just want to keep the book forever and read it later on, it's totally fine too. Rachel says, see, I'm going back through our old writing to update as best I can. Then Dawn goes back over it and takes me where we still need to work on something. This we consider draft 2. Oh, are you writing with a writing partner? Is that?
Yeah, she's got a co-author, Dawn. Dawn's her co-author.
Okay. That's what I'm doing for our last book in the main series.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Market those books, baby. Mm.
Oh, yes. Like, yes, I can what? What are you talking about? I already forgot what I was saying.
I figured you had. That's the reason I had to like prompt you with some stuff. It's okay. It's going to be a long day.
I started my day by sitting there, not eating and not having breakfast and reading a book, which I thought was hilarious, and I had to share with Illy. And in fact, it's part of this collab that I'm doing. And so it was funny because I was like, I'm going to talk to my camera as I'm reading this hilarious book. It was funny. I think like a muscular Navy SEAL acting out different sex scenes in a military romance book that features Navy SEALs, but being fully clothed with this girl that he likes, but he doesn't want her to know, and she likes him, but she doesn't want him to know. And somehow neither one have noticed that their things are hard or growing in their pants or whatever. Like somehow that has not happened yet.
Okay.
I find it funny.
It is funny. You're right. That is hilarious. I'm just like, how do you guys not notice? Like, sometimes you have to suspend so much disbelief with romance. It's not even funny. Like, I'm here for it.
All right, so
Don't
let me
get
tell
me
you
wrong. I'm just like, as a reader, I'm like, girl, how do you not know? Boy, come on.
All right. So there's this scene, okay, in her book she's writing. She's an author in the book, okay, and there's a scene, and she gives it to him, and he like reads it to see if like this makes sense or whatever. One time one of the agents wanted her to write it as if it was a shifter Navy SEAL, like a shifter romance thing, and he thought that was not dumb, but then it worked. But then this new one is like, hey, you need to put more sex scenes, and like the community, the readers and the community are really wanting into things like BDSM and like more different types of sex. And so she writes a scene, okay, and in the scene she has them going from a missionary to doggy style, like bam, without him removing himself. Okay. So then he's like, that's not even gonna work. Yeah, it works. That's the thing. That's not gonna work. Oh yeah, prove me down on the floor, soldier, and prove me wrong. And so they're acting it out. And she's like, look, and he goes, look, our parts are like far apart. They're not even touching anymore. And she's like, yeah, watch this. And he's like, okay, put your leg up here and then move it over like this. And she's like super flexible, and she actually kicks him in the face with her foot. It's hilarious. That's what I'm talking about. It's funny.
Every once in a while, I hear people ask, like, do you guys like practice the facial expressions you're trying to write out? And I really want to go back and ask all these romance writers, do you guys practice the sexual positions you're putting your characters through? Because I really need to know. I can imagine the face my husband would make if I ask him, hey, so I'm writing this scene. I need you to act it out with me because I need to make sure if it makes sense. He'd be like, what? He'd be like, nah, we ain't doing this.
Okay, so Rachel said she's on book 4 or chapter 4 already. So proud of herself. Dawn was working on book 4 with me too. The last part Sam and Maggie are working on as they are betas, but she wound up sick last night and they didn't get to bed until like 9 a.m. Yeah, right? The logistics cannot always work. Because she's like, oh yeah, look, I'm in position. And she's like, and he goes, like, our pelvis is not even lined up anymore. He's like, this can only work if he has like a 4-foot long schlong. Yeah. All right.
Oh man.
That's for magic, right? Yeah.
Right.
So when I tell you this is a funny book, it is funny, and it's told in dual point of view.
Which book was this again?
Let me pull it up for you real quick.
Now I need to read this. I'm just like, oh man. Watch me what I already have, because you said it was part of the Stuff Your Kindle event at one point.
Yes.
Stuff Your e-reader.
Yes.
Oh man.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, it's for free, $0 right now on Kindle.
I mean, I'll take it. I just need a linky link.
Where is it? Okay.
I was not a fan of her work. I don't. Stop advertising to me. I see a linky link. We're gonna go to the linky link. Oh wait, wrong computer.
Okay. All right. JC says practice makes perfect, Skye. Rachel says I have so many stories about this topic. We need to do an After the Dark one.
So speaking of that, Rachel, I don't know if you've done a Q&A about it, but I would love to know how you and if you've done one, feel free to link it. A Q&A for how you and Dawn work together as co-authors. I feel like you have done a video about that. I feel like it was part of AWC actually, because I just find the idea of co-authoring so interesting, but I can't imagine working with another person at the same time on the shared world. Like I don't know how logistically it would work. So I'm curious how you guys do it, because you guys have what, 2 series, maybe more, that you guys have worked on together? And I want to know all of the things. Because I'm nosy as fuck.
Ooh, so the book I'm reading is part of a series called Brothers in Arms. And of course, the first one is the only one that's free.
Hey,
All the
this is
others
the
are
first
$4
one.
a price. Ooh, and the Christmas one is free as well. That's nifty. Oh, yeah.
I was looking at a fantasy related excuse me. I was looking at fantasy related stuff, your e-reader event yesterday that was happening on the 4th.
Mhm.
And there was a book that was advertised for free. It was number 7 in the series. And it was not an interconnected standalone series. It was a you have to follow these in order series. And I was like, why are you advertising the 7th book in the series for free?
Right. That's
Why?
weird.
Why? So I
Uh,
just bought the book.
Rachel says, I think we covered it on either one of Jenna's streams and Shannon's podcast, but yeah,
Okay.
I can tell you, we'd rather talk it out than type.
I have several of Shannon's podcasts that I need to go watch. So if you did talk about it on a podcast, I can find that eventually. I'm
Oh my
slowly
gosh.
making my way through the list.
So the book I'm reading now, it was published in 2017. I bought on April 12th, 2022. I'm just now reading it now.
Nice.
It's a
Good job.
4.0 on Goodreads.
Oh, that's actually not bad. Not that I care about Goodreads
Yeah.
stuff, but I go to Goodreads to get some of the information about the book for my reading chart that I track. So like page count, publication date, the cover image for my videos. Like that's what I do on Goodreads, and that's it.
Okay.
Oh my god. I keep burping and tasting burger because I had leftover burger for breakfast.
Was it at least heat it up?
Yeah. I don't eat cold burgers. But now I keep burping up burgers. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm going to go get me another one. Then I'll keep doing this. Glutton for punishment, I tell you.
I'm just saying. Should we do? We're doing like one an hour.
We're doing fantastic. Let's do another sprint, though.
Okay, so at the moment we're talking. Rachel says at the moment we're talking stuff we wrote on pads and via email from late 90s, early 2000s, heading into Google Docs. We both worked on it at the same time. The civil version also used Discord. I've talked to other people who've done writing with a partner, and they'll like brainstorm together like in a Google Doc, and then they'll assign like you're going to do the first chapter, like every other chapter, pretty much. Like sometimes when you're writing with a partner, one person might be better at writing bedroom scenes than the other, or that sort of thing.
So
No.
I'm going to be sometime in the future, far future, going to be doing a pen name stuff with a co-author. But she has no desire to write. She has all of these story ideas, but she doesn't want to write them. And that's how we're going to do it. She comes up with the ideas, the outline, and everything, and I'll be writing the story. And that's it. And we're going to be writing under the same name. We're doing a pen name. Instead of having both our names separately, we're having one pen name that we agreed on.
Okay. So it's kind of like James Patterson, where he comes up with the ideas and has someone else write them. But then his name is on the cover. The only difference is you're putting like a combined pen name instead of two separate names. I get it. Okay. Rachel says they have different characters.
Oh, okay. Yeah, pretty much.
She's Sebastian, Gabrielle, and then Rachel is Phineas and
Samantha.
Okay.
And the only reason I know these names is because with Sam and Maggie being her beta readers, anytime you do the Breaking the Blog, both of them mention characters all the time, and that's how I know how to pronounce them. Because I have not read any of them yet. They are on my to-read list.
Got it. And then it's very equal in the creation portion.
Okay.
And I'm definitely the editor promotions person.
Okay. The having different characters makes a lot of sense too. Do you guys have similar writing styles as well? Like as far as like the way you structure stuff in your writing voice? because that's the other thing is I would think that you would have to have, if you're going to be splitting it the way you guys are, you would have to have very similar writing style. Otherwise, it'll be very obvious it's two different people writing the story.
Unless that's a good thing to have different writing styles, because if one person is writing as a girl and one person is writing as a boy, you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Not always different ways of putting things.
Okay.
Right. So let's. This.
I was curious. Thank you for answering.
All right.
Lifetime offer ends. $99 for lifetime access.
I can't get that to go away.
It's okay. I just felt like being a dick.
You're
Hi,
fine.
Ogre. Hi, Ogre. You gonna come say hi? You gonna come say hi? They can't see you. You're hidden. Can
I
have your
wish
ball?
I wish this section where the timer is a turn circle
That would be cool. I thought you did get it to turn circle one time.
on the restream.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Rachel says we notice in editing we have different bad habits too. Rachel loves ellipses and she loves her passive voice. Okay. Mark that to come back later. And let's get this one started.
Right.
Let's go.
This is an absolutely lovely thing you have last week. Especially enjoyed
So how did you do that sprint, Skye? What'd you do? Kitty, we're stuck.
Oh, mouse. This is what I get for having two computers right here. Oh, crap.
Oh,
Uno momento.
okay. I'm gonna take a drink because I actually was talking. I made coffee. Does not smell as great as from my husband's. And then I went to look at the microwave. And then I raised up my computer monitor a bit.
Nice.
See, let's see, how many more did I get that time around? 216.
I got 779, but I'm brain dumping basically. And I found a list of like story ideas I had previously. And one of them was for a gargoyle story. And since I hadn't really come up with a plot for the gargoyle story in Sultry Solstices, I am just pulling that information that I had done from that brain dump into the storyline and changing a few details here and there. And I used dictation to do so. So I got lots of words.
I just looked at it's 765 words I've done today.
Nice.
Not bad considering we've chatted more than talked, or
Yeah.
chatted more than written.
Yeah. We've done lots of chatting.
Well, then by the time we get to this evening, we'll be all chatted out, right?
Oh, yeah. You're funny. But to be fair, I try to keep us on track, which is part of the reason I use the Pomodoro Kitty, because it has those set breaks in between.
Yes,
Do
but
we
we
get
never
chatty?
follow them.
Yeah, I was going to say, do we get chatty? Yeah, but I think it helps because she's sitting there blinking at us going like, when are you going to write again? When are you going to get back to work?
That's true.
And we feel guilty.
So, what did you work on? Oh, that's right, dictating. Did you dictate your scripture? Or...
Yeah, I finally found it. It took me a bit. It's under, when you're clicked on your Scrivener file, under Edit, it's down at the bottom. It's got stop and start dictation. It's like very near the bottom of the edit list. It's got autofill, stop dictation, or start dictation, and edit emoji and symbols.
Huh. Maybe mine looks different than yours because yours is on a map.
Maybe. Hold on, let me take a screenshot and see if you see what I see.
That's weird.
Boop. Did it? It might be a Mac thing. Scrivener was originally made for Mac, and then they suddenly, 3 years, it hasn't been out for PC for that long, honestly.
No, it hasn't. Let's see here. It's the bottom right, like at the top of the thing where it says File, Edit, Insert View, where it says Edit. At the very bottom, it has writing tools. Yeah. It's not look like it at all.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
It doesn't really surprise me, honestly.
Excellent. Have the document. Okay, so on yours where it says fine, that's on mine, but then after that it just says spelling, transformation, speech, text typing, and writing tools. That's okay.
Interesting. The more you know.
Right. There's like a shortcut. I think it's like command something to make it start doing text dictation out at once, but then it stopped working after the second time I tried it. So I don't know. Okay. But
Well, mine still says I need to stop the dictation, but the dictation is stopped, so I have a feeling I'm going to run into the same problem.
Rachel got 900 words revised.
Nice. I'm here for it.
But I was practicing on Microsoft Word and to see how dictation went, because if I dictate into Google Docs, I literally have to say like next line or like period, like open quote. I am surprised to see you here, exclamation point, close quote, she said. But Google Docs, he's in wanting to capitalize she. Okay. Microsoft Word, it'll just put in, I don't have to like let's say I said it's time for breakfast, comma, my mom called up the stairs, for example. It would put in the comma without me having to say comma when I dictate to Microsoft Word. And then I learned and then I was like, well, how do I delete that word that it mistyped? And I was like, and I said delete, and it was only deleting one word at a time. No, I said backspace, and it was only backspacing one letter at a time. But if I just say delete, it'll delete a whole word at a time.
I do have to figure that
Microsoft
portion out because it's not deleting anything. I'll try backspace next time, because when I was with Dragon, when I used Dragon for dictating, you would say, okay, the last sentence I wrote says, it's a remarkable piece, all things considered, she noted aloud. I would say, select it's a remarkable piece, and then I would say, delete that. And it would delete it's a remarkable piece. It's not doing that with this. And I'm so used to that I'm like, I don't know how to delete things. I gotta figure it out.
I think what I did last time, I had to go. What happened was I went in and deleted things in Scrivener when I was dictating, and then I tried dictating again, and it froze up on me. I don't know what happened. I'll play around with it. I don't know.
The computer said no, because this scene was already written. I can dictate it. I don't. It's been so long since I've done dictation. I don't know if I could do it like as a writing form, but for like brain dumping or like typing up stuff I've handwritten, it's perfect.
So when I was taking my book from Google point of view and changing it to first person point of view only, I would do like scenes, switching it over from his point of view to her point of view type thing. And that was easier because I could see what I needed to switch from he said, or from I said to he said, that sort of thing. That was easier to do.
That makes sense. I need to pull out my 2K to 10K book by Rachel Aaron, because it talked a little bit about like pre-planning what you're planning on writing. And I think if I can do that a little bit more, it might be easier for me to do dictation. It's a matter of practice. I just have to get back in the habit of doing it. But I love dictation. It makes things so much easier. And now that I know that Scrivener can do it, and it's actually pretty accurate, and for the most part, it is fairly similar to how I did it with Dragon. That's the reason I didn't like dictating with like Google Docs and Microsoft Word. It's easier for you for the exact reasons you said, but because I'm so used to Dragon doing it the other way, where I have to say everything, and I was still trying to do that, Google Docs and Microsoft Word got very confused with what I was trying to do. And so, like, I did not have a fun experience dictating with those programs, especially Google Docs. Google Docs was like my enemy. So it's going to be interesting. It's just a matter of practice, and I think it's going to make a lot of things easier in the long run. And I might actually be able to get to 12K. I forgot to grab sticky notes when I was standing up earlier, so I could keep track of my word counts.
Okay. Kat is here. Hello. Welcome to the
chaos
stream that we have.
All aboard to Crazytown.
Yes. We're working on stuff. We'll be here for another
2.5 hours.
Yes, I was doing about 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. And
I literally looked at the software. It said 3 hours and 37 minutes. I was like, 2.5.
Oh, Anyways, we're here until 6 o'clock Central Standard Time, and then we're taking an hour break, and they'll come back at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, and then we will magically have written 12,000 words today.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's a possibility. And I can plot out all these 7 short story series and the 7 stories in each of these 7 short stories.
So I think I'm almost done with the majority of my ghost short story.
Okay.
I'm such an underwriter, it's ridiculous. Because I'm going through her typical day of going to visit her dead husband's gravestone marker. And then I'm gonna write the ending where things are just a little different, how the coffee tastes a little different, and the syrup's not as sweet, and the sun is not as bright outside because he died in the middle of the summer, and oddly the blue duster sweater she wears every time she goes to visit the grave isn't keeping her warm like usual. And then she goes, and then the ending.
Okay.
I'll just be glad if I have finished the rough draft all the way to the end, because then it'll be easier to just go back in and touch up the spots.
So I'll let you catch up with the chat real quick because it looks like some people are going to take off.
Yeah, okay.
And then I have a question.
See here. Rachel says I need to take another alcohol break. Y'all keep having fun. We'll be here. And then Kat says I might lay back down with well, I opened this morning after closing the last 2 days. I still have coffee buddy night. Oh, that's right. Yep. Hers is at 7:30 to 8:30 my time. Something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, lay down, take breaks. We'll be here.
Mm-hmm. For a bit still. So
Yes.
my question is, whenever I finish a story, and this was something I got from one of the Facebook groups I was in for a long time. I'm still technically in the group, I just don't follow it anymore or pay attention to what they're doing. But one of the big things was talking about celebrating every win. And so one of the things they used to do was everyone would post what they call the end posts, where if you finished a project, no matter if it was a first draft, final edit, publication, whatever, you would take a screenshot of you writing the end, whether it stays there or not. And so you would have that screenshot of your end posts, and that's how you would celebrate, finishing stuff. Is that something you do?
No, I used to be I used to celebrate with my favorite bottle of wine and my favorite dessert when I published a book, but not when I finished a draft.
So when I publish a book, I do the same thing. I have a glass of wine. That's why it's been a while since I've had any alcoholic beverages other than wine at New Year's.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I definitely take a screenshot of me writing the end never stays there. It's just literally for that post. And I finished 2 stories this year during the 7-day book challenge. So those are the only 2 I've got this year so far. And that feels inaccurate, actually. I gotta go check my stuff.
Yes, Kat says holidays and retail are exhausting. Believe me, I remember all
Oh yeah, I remember. Though, to be fair, a lot of the retail jobs I worked were smaller businesses. And I don't remember them being open on 4th of July. They might have been, and I just can't remember.
You blocked it out. It was horrible.
I did. It was so bad. I've technically finished 3 stories, but that one story was just me adding 2 chapters to something that was already written, so I didn't count it. So yeah, I finished 2 projects from start to finish this year during the 7-day book challenge.
That is a busy store. All the last minute decorations and dishes and whatever else.
There's a Family Dollar / Dollar Tree. It's within the same building in our town. They're actually talking about getting rid of Dollar Tree and it just being a Family Dollar.
It's all the same.
Prices are different.
Yeah.
Hello.
All the locals come on the 3rd because town had several big things going on over the weekend.
Same. We did that. We did our shopping on the 3rd.
Next weekend on Saturday, the local Sam Houston Memorial Museum they have a museum, and then they have like his house and stuff on the grounds. They're doing a dueling reenactment with homemade ice cream. Yeah, with like the guns and everything shooting up blanks. It's really neat.
10 paces. Turn and shoot. Let's do this.
Well, during spring break, they had a thing to celebrate Sam Houston's birthday during spring break, and they had like the big old like cannons being shot off. And it was really noisy, crowded, but it was also really hot. So
No,
We'll
just
see.
I need to come visit you during this time of year so that I can go to these reenactments because this just sounds super cool.
it is. I think I'll probably take Jack because he was not a fan of that loud noise. So, but Jackson doesn't mind the noise.
Okay.
Kat says it takes 30 plus minutes to go to places that usually take 10 or less.
Fair.
Yeah, so the short story, paranormal short story, is a max of like 7,000 words per author.
Yeah.
Although this last one, a couple of people submitted more than one, and it ended up being like maybe like 10,000 words total per author. But they just didn't want to be like send in the story and it'd be like 20,000 words, and it takes up a good chunk of the book.
Yeah.
So the bigger the book is, the more you have to sell it for, that sort of thing. Not have to, but you should, you know.
That was kind of what I found out later I could have done for the Bog Hag story. So like the Bog Hag Anthology, I did write a short story for it, but I think the word count cutoff was 5,000, just like with the Krampus story. And like I could not get my Bog Hag story less than 8,000. I could not. I tried. I would just be cutting out too much of the story if I did. So I never ended up submitting. And then I had someone come back and tell me that I probably could have submitted it and they may have taken it anyway. So I was like, well, too late now.
Right? I mean, if you put up the rules, it should be the rules. It'll be like, oh, well, everybody.
I've been part of anthologies that had a little bit of leeway depending on like how far over the word count you were or like how many people submitted. Because if they have less people submit, they'll be willing to take longer stories.
Well, the charity anthology that I'm part of that you're able to buy now is an ebook for $9.99 that supports rebuilding libraries in L.A. area. There was going to be over 100 authors, but the final edition, there's only 75 authors.
Yeah.
Some of them did not. Some of them dropped out. Either they didn't turn in on time or they were just too busy with other publishing commitments.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, I was like, this author is going to be part of the anthology, and now I don't mind my story in there because she writes really good romance books because I've read all of her romance books, and turns out her book is not in there. Her story's not in there because she has a lot of publishing books. Yeah, she dropped out, but that's fair because she just released a book the other day, and she has another one in a month, so a lot of writing on her part.
That's going to be me with these short stories. Once I finally get them all written, I'll be dropping them like bam, bam, bam.
I used to do that in the beginning when I was writing. Every couple of months, I'd be like, hey, guess what? I did this. Hey, guess what? I did this.
Yeah. My reasoning is that I changed so much while writing. Like even now, during that sprint, I had an idea. I was like, I know exactly how I can tie this into one of the other series. And so like I have those brain eureka moments, those brain light bulb moments. And sometimes it changes nothing and sometimes it changes everything. So I have to go back and like fix things because I break it. And so I've hit the point where I've hit the point where I try to like not publish anything until I've got the whole series written. Or at least that's my plan moving forward. Have I done that yet? No, I have not. I have published many things that have not been completed yet because I'm an idiot.
Okay, Eva's here. Hey. 3 hours to the 12. How's it going? Well, we've done three sprints so far because, as we all know, my streams are more chattier than Skye's. And I work on it, and it's okay.
That's fine.
He just says, Cat moved at the Dollar Tree yesterday on the holiday too. Oh, sorry, we needed close safe. We didn't go there yesterday.
To be fair, you have gotten 700-ish words written during these across the 3 sprints. I have gotten 700-ish words written and tortured myself by giving myself more series to write and developing a universe that Stephanie gave me a name for. So that's where we sit currently.
So Yvette says you're late to the game. Let me tell you about this work. So she has each series is 7 short stories, and then it's related to this and next series that is 7 short stories, and next one. And so then that reminded me of how my sister, whose name is Amanda, almost got named Divinity because she was 7 pounds, 7 ounces. And so, anyways, so that's what gave her that idea. And I told her she could use it because I'm not going to use it for anything.
Mm-hmm. Where's it at? I'm just trying to find it. So, here we go. Let me share the image. Image file. Oh, look, it'll let me share the image by itself. There we go. So yeah, now I have 7 short story series, each with 7 stories. And do I have the titles for all 7 short stories, each of these 7 series? All but the last one. Yes, I do.
I have 5 more. So I have the short story that I'm working on now. No, I have the romance story I'm working on now. And then I have 4 or 5 more titles. And I've actually named those titles.
That's insane. It's locked up in the police.
I think. Yes, I've named those titles.
What are they watching in the background? Every once in a while I can hear it, and I'm like, what is going on?
Oh, psych.
Okay.
Skye wanted to know what you were watching because every so often she can hear it in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Unless she can hear you gaming, it's fine. She's one person that doesn't mind the background noise. I've been on screen with other people that complain. So
I have kids who every once in a while like to show their faces and get really rambunctious and show their asses. So
oh, that's funny, babe. She's laughing. Okay, so oh, if I want to know if you ever toyed with fluent authoring, yes. Me, no.
yes. I actually talked about it before the last sprint. The fact that I am going to be working with someone. She's come up with all the ideas and outlines, and I'll be writing them, and we're going to be publishing under one name versus having like 2 names on the story. We've come up with a pen name that kind of combines a name that we liked.
Can you share that pen name yet?
Yeah. Isabeau Hawk.
Ooh.
It's literally from a movie that we both watched growing up and loved. It was called Lady Hawk. And the main character's name is Isabeau, and she turns into a hawk during the day and a woman by night. And her lover is cursed to be a wolf by night and a human by day. So their paths never cross.
Hold on.
They're both cursed.
Hold on. No, you're fine, Jess. So me and Jess Jackson are watching Charmed, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there's this episode where there's this owl. And their familiar cat, drags this owl to the house. And this owl is cursed to be an owl during the day. And when the sun sets, his girlfriend is a wolf, but they're never wolf and owl at the same time. Okay?
Probably from this movie.
And they're cursed. They're cursed by this demon until there's a night within a day. And so there's an eclipse, and that's how the curse is broken.
That's exactly how Lady Hawk works.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna send you a link to the trailer because that's literally the Pope at the time cursed this couple because he wanted the woman and she was in love with the captain of the guard, I think it was at the time. And then after they got together, the Pope basically said, "You no longer have a job," and he cursed them both so that they would always be together but always apart because she travels with him as a hawk and he guards her at night as a wolf. But they never can touch and be with each other as humans until the curse is broken. And that's exactly what breaks it is the eclipse.
That's so funny. Also, another funny story. We were watching, I think it's season 3 of Charmed, and they were involved with like these trolls and this little girl with trolls and stuff. And there's this fairy, and her name was Thistle, and that's my dragon name in my book. Maybe that's where I came up with the name. I don't know.
Maybe.
Cat says your location was open 9 to 9, which is your normal location for normal hours. The smart the other end found is open to 10. It says I'm a family nurses, some use certain working holidays. My guy having a better all around was so nice. Over 2 years, 25 years together.
So
how it worked.
Justin and I both work housekeeping, but the clinic is closed on federal holidays, which is the only reason I didn't work yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been working if I was still at the hospital. And Justin actually usually does work, but they alternate who works what holidays. So he had yesterday off, which means he is probably going to be working Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's the next one where they alternate. So, yes, I love Lady Hawk.
When are you writing that one?
Probably way down the line. We already have like several stories plotted out. It's like alternate universe soulmate kind of thing, red string of fate kind of stories. They're contemporary with magical realism kind of thing. We've got several already plotted out. I just haven't started writing any of them. And she's like, I don't care. I just don't want to write them. And I'm like, cool, because I want to get some of these paranormal romances out first, please. Thank you.
And then you can ask Jenna or how your weekend is going. Lisa says I know it won't miss.
She knew we're getting chatty.
Yes. Oh, and Kat says the one with the owl that was cursed because of a jealous person.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always someone who's jealous. Always.
Hey, Ava. You're here, says Jenna. Love Charmed. Yes.
Yes.
Watched it several times. We had a whole conversation about it earlier.
Yeah, we did.
I think I'd like to find an author who writes rough and then co-author by editing to final and publishing under a combo pen name. I mean,
That's pretty much what we're doing, kind of. She's outlining everything and I'm writing it. She'll get to read everything in the end, and if she doesn't like something, I'll change it. And then we're doing a combo pen name under Isabel Hawk.
that's a cool name. I've already picked out a name for if I choose to publish fantasy underneath a different pen name. I've already picked out the name. And
Nice.
it's Kira Rain Shadow.
I thought you told me before, but then I couldn't remember if you actually had it. I was like,
It's my video game character name.
I'm sorry, that was instant.
speaking of that, speaking of like video game names, like I personally use the same exact name for all of my characters in video games. Do you do the same thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
always that one, a variation of that. If there has to be a certain letter or if it's too long or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's never been like, you can't use that one.
How dare you? How dare?
Even says my guy used to be on a rotating 12-hour shift. He'd know his entire year schedule a year out.
Oh, I like that.
Always your own option to have it be on a day off already. That would be nice.
It would be. My schedule's pretty set actually, so I can't say anything.
The child was a wee baby and I was home alone for essentially the entire day. I found Alter 2. Now he's 7. Oh, JC was muted so she could write, or had us muted so she could write a chapter.
How dare you not listen to us? But at least you finished the chapter. That's what I'm assuming happened since you're back. Does that mean you finished the chapter, JC?
Oh, we've got an entire series of cases of rock version of Book of Shadows.
Oh, I love that.
You want to bust out that too, Liz?
Oh,
You got
she
that?
does. Oh,
Really?
yeah. So, yeah. This is how it would be spelled.
Yes, you got it, or you think you got it?
That's how it's
Oh,
spelled.
I like that. I would have spelled Kira differently, but I like the way you spelled it.
How would you spell it? With a Y?
With a Y on it, probably.
Okay. I haven't like done anything with it other than I made an Instagram account that says fantasy author with an icon. That's it. That's all I've done.
I haven't even done that, so you're better off than me.
Kat says they also have a journal sketchbook that looks like the book. My mom got it for me. Oh, I like that. That's
how we spell it.
Oh, I thought you were saying Isabel.
Nope, Isabeau.
Okay.
It's because I talk fast.
It's okay. You don't have to apologize, JC. We were aware we chat for a long time. She needed to finish bed reading a couple more chapters so I can get back to editing her video. And yes, I did finish reading 2 chapters, actually.
Nice. I'm here.
Are you tired of hearing me chat in your ear? Just? Is that what you got your headset on now? No, he's gaming now with his headset on. So is Jackson.
Plus, it's the end of the week.
Oh, so you got to hurry up and do your stuff? Okay.
The weekly setup stuff that they have to do.
Yep.
Justin has to do that for Destiny every week too.
Okay.
You're wrong. We're just getting ready to jump on.
Alrighty.
We have reached the end of the comments. We're at the top of the hour. Do we want to do another sprint?
Because we're averaging 1 an hour? Sure.
Pretty much.
I mean, at this point, I think we can maybe hope for 2,000 words for the whole freaking day.
We've got this.
No, I think I'll be able to write more this evening. I'm more of a night writer anyway, so.
Yeah. Someone was asking
Trying to see where Jackson
on one of the streams I've taken part of. I think it was one of Shannon's morning streams. And they were talking about being a morning, evening, afternoon, night writer. And I am not any because I write when I can. So I'm not a better writer at morning versus night versus afternoon or anything like that. I just, whenever I write is when I write, no matter what time of day it is.
I say more of an evening nighttime writer because no one's bugging me.
Yeah. This is
Right, so these were exactly. My 7-day challenge has me not writing on the weekends. So when I originally set up my goals for the 7-day hard challenge, I was going to write 5 days a week and write 1,000 words each day that I wrote. And then I was going to post every day on one of my socials for marketing, and I was going to vlog twice a week. Those are my goals. I have since realized to make writing 1,000 words every 5 days a week is a lot. Although if I gave myself the goal of writing 5,000 a week, I could do that because during the 7-day book challenge, I wrote just under 5,000 words.
Yeah. There you go.
Which is in bits and chunks. Ava says they're doing 1 hour a day Monday to Friday for writing on a novel project and 1 hour a day Monday to Friday for working on a children's publishing project. Word counts do nothing for me. I can write 2,000 and never finish a project.
I did by time. So my goal every day, it's Tuesday through Saturday, not Monday through Friday. It's Tuesday through Saturday. My goal is to write for 2 25-minute sprints a day. As long as I do that, I'm happy.
I used to be I used to be very workout oriented. And then once I got done writing, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to edit chapters 1 or 2 today and then 3 and 4 the next day. But then that didn't go very well. One time, one of my chapters was 5,000 freaking words. And I was like, okay, now I'm limiting my chapters around 2,000 to 2,500 is the max for my chapters.
Editing, formatting, all the publication related stuff is why I decided that I wanted to do time-based sprints as well versus word count sprints, because there might be a day where the only writing related stuff I do is maybe all I do is format a book. And that's all
that takes time.
Yeah. Can.
Okay. Renee says I'm the same Skye, but I have to have all my kiddos around. I used to only write at night after the kids went to bed from 9:30 until 1 o'clock. But now they're like older, so they stay up later.
My kids have such different interests than me that it's not a problem.
You got her.
I
One you got mine
All right,
Okay.
spray it.
That's right.
guess let's break. I need to
Let's
break
spray
them up.
it.
That's fine.
Give our voices a chance to
Only
relax.
been 4 hours. It's fine.
It's fine.
Fine. Okay. Let's do this, and I'm going to break 1,000 words for the story during this break. That's my goal.
Nearby allies.
I got back just in time.
All right, how was that sprint? I said I was going to break 1,000 for that sprint, and I believe I did.
Ooh.
Let me just double check here.
I'm going to have so much editing to do.
All right, I did another 274 words.
Nice.
Right on my sweet spot, at least for this weekend. So now that brings it up to 1,039.
Okay.
I decided she's going to have a little conversation with her husband's gravestone on her perfect day before she finds out that she's dead a year later.
Okay.
I'm writing these scenes with you in mind.
Why?
Because I believe you're the one that told me that you have a hard time imagining stuff in your head, so you need lots of descriptions. So there's color and trees and smells and sights and sounds in this little short story here. That's right. Yeah. How do you spell kneeled? Like you kneeled down on the ground.
K-N-E-E-L-E-D.
Okay.
Does Microsoft Word just say you spelled it wrong?
Yeah. The Scrivener says I spelled it wrong.
No. What? How does it want you to spell it?
I don't know. Okay.
Come over and I can
How you want me to spell it? Yeah. Okay. Kneel with a D, no E. That just is dumb.
I mean,
That's weird.
actually, that might be right. And the reason I say that is because, like, if you say knelt,
Oh.
it's LT. So maybe kneeled is. I'm Googling it because now I need to know.
Yeah. So there's
What is
like,
ED?
is it ED? Okay.
It is.
She she has like a blue duster sweater and like a bright yellow sun hat with dark blue shoes, like heels on her shoes, and or dark blue shoes and a yellow sundress. Like it's blue and yellow and lots of like daffodils and like very colorful imagery, I'm hoping. And yeah, so that's what I'm doing.
I have 5
like
more.
I started with like saying, "Sweetheart, it's been a long year. I have so much to say," and that's where I ended. It's kind of like
I've almost built every different type of thing.
Conversating with someone once a year. I guess I don't know. We'll see if I keep it, and I don't know. We'll see. But I'm keeping up the description and imagery. Oh, let's that. There we go. And I'm going to. Where are you?
I wrote 817 words. I broke the dictation on Scrivener on my laptop because remember how I said earlier, right before we started sprinting, I was like, it still says stop dictation even though it's already stopped.
Yeah.
It wouldn't let me start it again. But I discovered that I still have, since I'm streaming on my desktop, my gaming PC, I still have Dragon on my gaming PC. So I dictated using Dragon because apparently I didn't have to retrain it. I thought I would have to retrain it. Did not. And that's where I got the 817 words. Is I finished dictating that scene.
Okay.
So I have just under 1,500 words total of dictated scene that I'm going to incorporate into the final story. Things are going to change in it, but for now it works.
All right. We're going to go to the comments here.
Yeah, he kicked us out.
You were so loud when you're talking that to your brother. It's insane.
Yeah?
It's like he's deaf and you need to yell through the sound waves.
Because Alex is deaf.
Can you hear me now? No? Well, let me yell a little louder. Can you hear me now? No?
Okay,
well, let me yell a little
sometimes
louder.
You're like, Alex, you needed this. He's like, no, do it this way. He's like, no, here. Anyways, and then it's ridiculous. He should be the baby of the family, but he's not. All right. All right. Yep, perfect dictation thing. Maybe we're no. Yeah. So Myra says that she uses Otter to dictate. You can dictate into it, and then she's a version of the text audio. You can listen to what you edit. Because you can listen to it and then think out the words wrong. You can like edit in there, and then you can like copy paste or have it from you of the words. When you correct what you dictated, it learns your way you're speaking. I haven't used it very much because it's usually not very quiet here when I need to start dictating.
I haven't used Otter. It was one of the programs I debated on using in the future. Usually what I would used to do with Dragon, I have the version that does transcription. So I would record to my voice app on my phone, transfer the file to my computer, and then while I was sleeping, Dragon would dictate it for me or transcribe it. That's what I used to do. Oops. Didn't like that. Oh, it's because I'm clicking the wrong buttons. That's why. Wrong computer. Wrong keyboard. So yeah, I'm just basically. I feel like today's gonna be spent plotting out the stories in this world, and that's it. That's all I'm gonna get done. I have every faith I can reach 12K though.
What was that?
I think I can reach 12K though, even doing this. I mean, I've got, 7 times 7 is 49. I've got 49 stories I could start plotting various points into. So I think I can. How many words is that? They're all 10,000 words each. Hold on. Gotta do some maths.
All right.
It's roughly 490,000 words.
I have trouble because I used to be able to do like 500 to 700 words, 25 minutes.
Takes practice.
All right.
Maybe just get ready.
And you said you were an evening timer too, so like
Yeah, it's true.
you get less words during the day, especially with all the distractions.
No.
Exhibit A.
Right?
I feel that.
We were just talking about you. All good things. All good things.
Right.
Hi, Goblin.
Thinking I might move my desk a little during our break.
Okay.
I'm gonna see
Where
how
are
I
you
like.
There.
gonna move it
Not steal that.
So
to? Oh, you're just gonna like turn it around.
see, there's this window here.
Yeah.
I was thinking, what if I move my desk so it was behind me? Or would that be too bright? I think.
I have no idea.
I don't
Maybe. But it'll be darker. Well, does the sun set on that side or does it?
Yeah, it sits on that side. So this is how it is with the blinds closed.
I have no idea.
But it like
I
sets
mean, you guys can't figure
not straight this way, but across.
Okay.
So
It might work.
I don't know.
All right. On this one, I'm taking
Oh. Hey, chatty people in the chat, where you guys at? What you guys do? Let us know.
You know, I did that and someone put me on steel pat.
I did that too. I have no idea what we did, but we did that too.
My bed. And then wanted to go.
That was like the clearest thing that came through.
Shoot. Here we go.
All I heard was really loudly, I did that. I'm like, I did too. Totally.
Somehow he's louder at 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 2 a.m. and he's playing with his brother. Well, because his brother lives in Washington, so like there's that time difference. Oh, so is that what you think you'll do? Is just do a lot of outlining for your stories?
Plotting, yeah. I think that's what I'm going to spend today doing. And then next month,
You
we
hear it?
have the August 80K.
Oh, I was looking for it.
If you could plot this shit out,
I
you'll
mean,
totally have words to write for next month.
so it's not like I am doing RDC, the Rough Draft Challenge.
Yeah.
And I did finally go onto the website and I put in what project I wanted to work on. And I did put, I was going to work on sultry solstices.
Right next to the box.
So I'm not breaking the rules by doing this because this is one of the stories. This first one I was working on today is one of the stories from Sultry Solstices. Why is it still?
Just wanted to go on a second.
I put in paranormal, ghost, and small town chapters. That's
Okay.
like- and I think I put like 25,000 total
Okay.
or 20,000. I think it was 20,000.
Jada. His name is Marcel.
Oh, look. I actually saved it in my bookmark up there. That's nifty.
And my goal is to write 50,000 words this month. And if I can finish the last 5 stories of that series, that will be the 50,000 words. But if I finish plotting out the rest of the stories in the series, that's what could be my August 80K and the 100K September.
All right. So I put in paranormal short and new romance, and it says my goal is 25,000 words.
Okay.
And then I haven't put anything in it
Not
yet.
me. I usually take them down with my pistol.
I haven't either. Now that I
Maybe
think about it.
I'm going to update it now and see what it said. They're only 100.
I don't remember how she said it needed to be updated. Do you update with like the total word count, total, like, or do you like update it like how many words you wrote each sprint kind of thing? I feel like it's supposed to be the total.
8 words. Yeah. So you can put in the date and the total words.
Okay.
Wait, is that?
Oh,
Oh no.
okay. Well, then
Today's
what do you
date
guys
is
do?
the 5th.
5th.
And then 10:39. Okay, so when you put in the words, it's a total words in project. So you're running total of words.
Running total. That's the word I was looking for. Okay. That's what I needed to know.
All right, so now it says that I have 23,961 words left if I'm going to reach my 25,000 word goal for the month. And I'm 4% complete. And then it says to meet my goal, I would need to write 922 words per day.
Well, you're doing better than me because mine is sitting at 0 because technically I haven't written. I'm not counting the plotting towards this word count goal. I'm only counting like finished story word counts towards the word count goal. So I have to write 1,924 words per day in order to finish on time.
Because on the thing, it has like a black bar. If you're looking at, there's a black bar. It tells you what your word count goal should be each day, kind of like the scripted one or the NaNoWriMo one used to do. And so today it says the goal for day 5 would be 4,032. So if we got 12,000 words today, that's what only, I can't math.
I updated mine so it says Serenity Universe Stories, 50,000 words.
Aww. Okay. In a fantasy land, if we were doing 12,000 words today, and I did 1,039,
It says 12,000 words.
it is only 10,961 words left. I've only done 10,000 words one time. That was in April of 2020. Or April of 2021, one of the two. I think it was April 2021. Yeah. It was a long time ago. Have you ever tried using Pacemaker?
No.
No?
I did try TrackBear though. And TrackBear,
Oh, go ahead.
TrackBear wasn't that bad. Pacemaker is pretty much the same thing as TrackBear, but you can only track so many projects for free and then you have to pay for it.
Yeah.
And it was the paid thing that was like, I jump around between too many projects for that to actually be effective for me.
Well, when I was using it one time for doing millworty, so I was just like tracking my overall words for
Overall
the year
words.
instead of per project.
That
So if
makes
you're going to
sense.
use it for that, that would make sense. Like I think Peacemaker would be a good one to track word counts on for like those 80,000 in August and 100,000 in September.
Yeah. Track Bear will do the same thing though. It's just you can do the same thing with Track Bear and it's free completely. So like I could set it up already for. Actually, that's something I could do. I can make a leaderboard and set it up so that we can all see each other's progress and where we all stand.
I can't figure out a way to like update it. Like I input my one time I used it and like I put in the word count that I already had, and then
Okay.
for whatever reason it wasn't tracking the word. Anyways, it was I don't like it. I gave up. It's like
I'll
horrible
walk you through
spreadsheet,
it.
but with point lines.
I'll walk you through it at some point.
Okay.
Oh look, I still have my shenanigan. Okay, leaderboards. Let me create a new one. Unless I have the one for 100K September.
The last time I used it was on December 2nd, 2024. I kept on trying to make it like add more words in, and I couldn't get it to do it. I don't know.
You can either have it add more words in like individually, or you can do it like the rough draft challenge where you add it like overall kind of thing. But you
So
have to differentiate it.
So I had like different projects. That's right. I did different projects and I was adding words in, but for some reason it wouldn't apply it to that. I don't know what happened. So I put in my projects on Track Bear. All right. One says waves, rewriting an old romance, counting new words added. Second chance romance, 3 stories about giving love a second chance. Here's a story, a feel-good small-town novella. And then I have Lily's story, small-time romance where the main character starts over in a new town because that's how all Hallmark movies start. That's what I put there.
Nope, not the backpacks.
Okay, so here is, I just went ahead and made a leaderboard for the 100K September. I will talk to Mama Maggie about making one for August 80K and see if she wants to make one or if she's okay with me making one and just everyone join that. Since she's the one that's like overheading the August 80K.
Right.
So here is the 100K September. And all words count towards this, whether it's plotting, editing, drafting, any emails you write, journaling.
Okay. Cool. All right.
That way we can use that. And like we can all see each other's progress.
Can you put that in the private chat so I can click on the link?
There we go.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
I just kept it very simple as far as like the description goes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Now it makes more sense.
Words. Oh, obviously 100, right? 100,000. That's 6 zeros, correct? 5 zeros.
There it is.
So I don't have a project yet. Is that okay?
Oh, that's fine.
I don't have a project yet listed in here yet.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's fine.
Okay. Oh, look at that.
I'm here.
Nifty.
I'm here.
Okay.
Cool.
I feel like I'm going to be working in this universe for the rest of the year.
You think so?
I think so. Oh boy. It's fine. Why do I do this to myself? I do want to finish a buck short, though. That's a novella. Hopefully. Standalone. Standalone, because I refuse to make it a series. I refuse!
I mean, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you next?
I think publishing plan-wise, what I'm going to be doing for the foreseeable future is I would like, in
Someone
a perfect
figure it
world, to
What is
do 1 to 2 standalone short stories or novellas,
The exit.
followed by
I'm like 400 meters away.
one of the Serenity Universe series. So I'll publish a short story series with 1 to 2 either short stories or novellas, end capping them per year, which means I have my publication thing for the next 7 years if I do it that way.
You can do it. I believe in
I
you.
can do this. Totally got this. I only have to have one of the series done by this time next year. Because I would like, in a perfect world, I would like to start publishing June 2026.
All copies.
In Fantasyland.
Shh. I live here permanently and I like it.
Yes.
That's the goal.
Where's everyone at in your house? I usually see them.
The one is still in bed, even though it's like almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Which one?
The oldest. She's the one that can sleep all day if we let her. No one's bothered waking her up, which is fine. The youngest is in the living room. She is crocheting while watching YouTube videos. She's making, I got a Prezi. I'll have to get them on the next sprint. So
Yeah.
she made me hand warmers. They're like fingerless hand warmer gloves. And now she's making some. So I'll grab mine on the next sprint so I can show them off. And then DeHubs is playing video games as usual. He's playing Cyberpunk right now.
Okay. Aaliyah's in her bed, like always. She
Is she
did
reading?
finish. She did finish her Animal Farm book.
There we go.
She said it's not that bad, Mom. It's actually pretty okay. I'm like, okay.
I'm glad to have your approval, kid.
That was one of the books that I bought a corresponding expensive study guide to go with it.
Okay.
They're like $20. So we went and bought 6 books and 6 study guides.
That makes sense.
Jay says, yes, we created a leaderboard just now.
Yes,
as
just
we-
now. Just now. Like while we were talking.
The September one.
It's fancy. And I'll be talking to Mom Maggie because she's the one that's in charge of the August 80K. And I'll see if she has plans to do a track bear leaderboard. And if she doesn't, I'll go ahead and create one for August 80K as well. So. And we were talking about it because we were looking at the Rough Draft Challenge site. And I love that they made a site, but it's very simple. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But the one thing I like about Track Bear versus the Track Bear leaderboards versus the Rough Draft Challenge site is that you can see everyone else's progress as well. Like I love seeing everyone's progress. The temptation to create a Rough Draft Challenge leaderboard just so we can track each other's progress and stuff is so strong. It's not even funny. I might just do it. That way I can see your progress and celebrate your wins. Yay!
They can't hurt. Just be like, here's what we're doing so far. With all of our different projects.
Yeah. All right. Now you can
Yes,
join.
you see, here it is. Join. It's for September. You gotta
Yeah,
months to prepare. or like a month and a half.
Yeah, bro.
So basically a month to prepare.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have.
I think during our next sprint, I'm gonna film some for the vlog. Because I was filming myself when I was doing the unboxing for you guys, so I think it's only fair that I share the unboxing with everybody. And then we'll update on my writing progress for the stream. I was gonna make chili today for dinner for everybody, but I was reading this morning instead of cooking a hamburger because I cook up a whole bunch of burger and add a bunch of meat, beans to it. Are you okay?
Okay.
What happened?
I got attacked by a tublid. The dirty laundry tublid fell on my knee.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesse joined, she said.
Yay! Yes, because all words count for that, just so you know.
So not just novel, short story, poetry stuff.
No. That's gonna be where if you write a word,
Rescue mission might be the fastest.
you can count your chat text messages back and forth to people if you want to. I'm not gonna stop you.
That's what I was doing when I was doing tracking my words written for Milwordy. I was tracking all words, like you can't a pose or doing or writing out stuff for like lesson plans or anything like that. I was counting it.
Okay. Me personally, I am probably only going to track
work words.
Yeah. But that one's set up that it should be
for cure. Very film shop. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't set it up right. Okay, that's why. I was wondering why you said something earlier about a goal. Okay, it's because I configured it wrong. That's why.
Okay.
There we go. I fixed it. Okay. Now I gotta go back because I started making another leaderboard. I destroyed it and I did that. Okay, cool. That's fine. But my mind went blank. I was saying something and I got distracted when I noticed I configured that wrong, and now I don't remember what I was saying. For the 100K September, I'm probably only going to count story words that I write towards specific stories.
That makes sense.
I think that's where I was going. I probably finished that thought and got distracted. I don't know. Anyways, it's gone, whatever it was.
Yeah, because I was saying when I did Milwordy, I was counting everything. So this one, it would be sensitive to count stuff I'm doing.
Yeah.
Push towards it.
I'm done.
Because I feel like I would get hung up on counting every little thing I wrote.
Yes. I like it with because then my overdrive goes really high. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Now me over here creating one for the Rough Draft Challenge too, just because I wanna.
All right.
Okay, start date is this month. End date is the end of this month. Words, times, pages, chapters, scenes, lines. Yes, yes. Nope, we're not doing a leaderboard. Everyone's progress will count separately. I don't know how that works. Collectively. Separately. Separately. Submit.
Yes, it is. Almost there at the end.
All right, cool.
In there.
Do join code, direct copy.
Oh, that's not that. So you guys are right behind.
Okay. Boop. There we go.
Alright.
And now I get to create my project. Yay. And I get to put in my word counts for this. Have I used this since, when was the last time I used this?
I don't know.
December. Nope. June of 2024 was the last time I used it.
Is that all?
Just a year. Over a year. Over a year.
Mine was December
Careful
2024.
not to trade
Better than me.
it. You trade.
Shh.
JC, do you like TrackBear? Like, do you use it a lot? Out of curiosity. I do not. I do like the way it's set up. I just don't use it. Take my flippy floppities off. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up, Jester. Someone messaged me. Why are people messaging me? They're not. They're just making announcements on Discord. Just kidding.
Okay, I've joined both of those boards.
Woo!
So then,
Gave you what?
On the next sprint. Sprint number 5 for hour number 5.
Yes.
I will create my project and update my progress. I'll use TrackBear to track all of my word counts, plotting included.
Got it. Okay, let's do another one.
Okay, I'm game.
I need a nap.
Well, we do have an hour between the streams.
That's what I'll do. Probably.
Hi, Jester. Hi, baby.
Maybe I'll make spaghetti. It'll be quick to make.
Today is leftovers because we still have burgers left from yesterday.
Ah.
So I'm going to have it for breakfast and dinner.
Okay.
I skipped lunch.
All right. Let's actually.
Ooh, you can change. Oh,
Yes.
I get to see the penny pictures.
So pretty much anything that doesn't say plus on it.
Okay, hold on.
Let's see here. Scroll all the way to the top.
Can you scroll? Can you set it so that it doesn't show you the ones that are for plus? I guess not. Oh man, I would have loved the fireplace. But I'm a fireplace loving person, and that says plus. Dang it.
There's the cafe.
Winter cabin. We're gonna have to use that later, like closer to the winter time.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, only one.
Need summary ones.
Yes.
It's the same sound as what the crows make. Craw,
That one.
craw.
I don't know if that's very summary.
Well, I mean, it's more spring.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Caca, and
Caca?
cookie don't work.
I thought we agreed that caca and tuki don't work. Huh?
Tuki.
Uh-huh.
It's from evolution.
So, yeah, it's the most random things you hear.
Oh, the coastal breeze. That one would work.
And that one.
That's summary.
Oh, look at that.
That would be perfect for winter.
Yes.
Yeah, I like the beach one that you had. That one's more fall.
Yeah.
I like the
That
pumpkin
one.
patch one too. That one could be summary. If we ever do another a retreat, that would be perfect.
Yeah. This one?
Because it's
Okay.
summertime. And let's face it, we would love to be at the beach right now.
Yes. Okay. Let's let's do this thing.
Let's do it.
We're supposed to be doing. Spring.
Spring.
No.
Well, I got 213 words that sprint. I think I'm going to try to stretch a goal and do it this way.
You think you're going to try to what?
Well, I this sprints I've been doing like between 2 and like 100, 216, 275 words a sprint. So we'll
Okay.
sprint tonight on your channel. I'm going to try to up it to try to get 300 words and see if I can get that consistently. And then, just a little bit at a time. I can
Okay.
drop that like 1,000 words in 25 minutes. That'd be,
Yeah.
I mean, interesting if I did.
Yeah. I've just been creating documents because one of the things I like to do is when I do my
AOV.
plotting and stuff, I like to drop it directly into the document. And I've got, because I create different documents for each story.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Yeah.
So since I'm jumping around projects as far as like when I'm plotting, I was like, I kind of need documents for all these stories so I can just jump to it directly.
So, like, is it okay? So you're doing it like in Scrivener then?
Yeah, I need like 300.
Okay, so like so let's say you have one that has like chapters. Is there like a thing that says plotting or something?
I have a template that I created with Scrivener. Well, let me open it up real quick. What's this one called first, real quick? Kangaroo kick.
That's pretty easy.
How do you spell kangaroo? Because I think I spelled it wrong.
KANGAROO.
Definitely spelled it wrong, but that's okay.
That's
Anyways,
That's pretty easy.
I put an E instead of an A.
Easy.
Oh, okay.
So, like, my template has 10 chapters pre-made under the draft section.
Okay.
And then under
we put
research,
on
I've got a
plot.
folder for characters, a folder for plot dump, a folder for setting, and a folder for
Like,
cuts for like any chapter
yeah,
words that come from the chapter.
Okay.
Under character, I have different different documents for each character, so that it includes information about name, age, physical description, what they like, what they hate, and what they want more than anything else in the world.
Yeah.
And then under plot dump, I have a place for the blurb, the outline for projects that I do outlines on. Short stories, I generally don't do outlines. And then a brain dump section, which is basically where I've been putting all the ideas so far. And then under setting, I have magical system, political system, and locations.
Okay.
And that's all in my template. And I just use the same template over and over again. I don't always use all the sections, but I have the sections created if I do need them.
Got it. Huh. I do have a list of characters and who they're with, partnership wise, first and last names, age. I think it's
Yeah, I have to try it out. And
it's written down in a notebook.
yeah. Hold on, be right back.
I used to have a spreadsheet that I kept all of my character names in. Like, it was a spreadsheet that had all names that I would want to use ever. Like, every time I heard a name, I would add it to the spreadsheet, and then I would have it so that if I used that name, I highlighted it.
Okay.
I don't know what happened to that document. I have not been able to find it. I probably still have it. I just haven't been able to find it. I don't know where it went. And that's okay. Oh, that is not what I want to. I keep freaking up. Okay. Sorry, I keep screwing stuff up. Maybe
It's alright.
fix this one at least. There we go. Kangaroo's now spelled right. It's messing with my my covers that I created for the Circus Companion series, making sure that we're all titled correctly.
Oh, okay.
Those two open and that one open. There we go. Did I do? That's why I need to copy over. Dang it. Okay. Well, fudge nuggets. Copied the wrong file.
Yeah, Archon
Okay,
continuity
we're
is
fixing
like
that
a
now.
very amazing mod to have.
Oh, wait,
on
I think with my ghost story, all I have left to write is the day that she wakes up and everything tastes and seems a little bit different, and then she appears at the gravestone and she notices
Archon
her
continuity
name
is like an
on
amazing
the
mod.
gravestone marked for July 24th because I mentioned in the book or in the story that the love was taken from her on July 25th, which seemed cruel to her because it happened on a bright sunny day.
Do you think you're going to finish the story today?
Yeah, I'm going to definitely finish it today. Does that mean I win the Rep Draft Challenge? No, because my word count is still 25,000.
But you'll have one of the 2 projects finished for the Rough Draft Challenge. Because you
Yep.
did say you wanted to work on 2 different projects.
That's true. And I've just pulled up my Scrivener for the other one, and it is at just shy of 6,000 words. And I have
Okay, so
I have 4 chapters.
you usually have 56 tracks.
Almost 4 chapters written.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to kill the enemies.
That's what I got. Is that the only projects I have? Oh,
Oh?
I have my fantasy adventure one in Scrivener as well.
Ooh.
Okay. Well, that's a lie because it's blank. I don't know why I have 2 different ones that says fantasy adventure in Scrivener. It's weird.
I couldn't tell
Oh, not either. And one was marked. They're only like 45 minutes apart.
you. Maybe one's backup?
Maybe. Here. Okay.
Don't mind me. Just copying documents over. Here's not liking it.
One has all the chapters in there, like chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then underneath each chapter is a scene card. That's all I got
Okay.
on both. It's weird. Why would I? Dumb. Oh. Okay. I see it.
Do it one more time. And this one to the last series file. There we go. Six. Seven.
What are you doing?
I am creating those files that I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
It's my computer duplicating and pasting the files in
Gotcha.
and being noisy and, screwy. But it's done now. Like, I created it all. Now I just have to retitle them. Yay.
Right. So that was 5 sprints in 6 hours.
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah. Yay.
Pretty sure that's one thing you should.
I feel like we're going to get more during my my stream, but we'll see.
We'll see.
I
Yeah.
know they do different things.
Your streams have always been more chatty, though, which is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's a good balance between ours. Because. And also, I feel like yours are lighter in the night, so it makes sense where it's less chatty.
Mhm.
It's, around people around you are maybe
Sleeping.
sleeping, that sort of thing. So
Yeah, maybe.
that makes sense. So next time we do this, let's not try to do it not on a double down day or publish with Andy's 12-hour stream.
Yeah. Ooh, that's what I should
Think
do.
about it. His ends at 6 o'clock.
Okay. He starts. He's
My time.
in the. I
Eastern.
want to say he's in the UK. Is he not in the UK?
Because he goes from 7 to 7. Well, I don't know where he is, but he goes from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know where he's located at, but that's just the time that he has on his stream.
Okay. Well, if he's doing it in the Eastern time zone, he's probably in the Eastern time zone. Because I've noticed that a lot of people like to put on theirs what time zone they are in, which is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with
Have it set so they don't have to make it easier for solo players.
So,
Still need help. Just let you know.
today is
it. Because his stream is almost done too.
yeah, I don't think we're gonna do another.
He's on his last sprint because he does 1 sprint per hour. Because if he's doing a 12-hour marathon, he's got in his little timer thing, not timer, the ticker at the bottom saying it's sprint 12 of 12. So he does 1 sprint per hour too. Which is cool.
Okay.
But either way,
But how long are sprints?
I couldn't tell you because I don't see a timer on his screen.
No, I just see this weird like time clock thing. It just
Hey.
says sprint 1
It's
to
a world
12.
clock.
so we can
Yeah.
level up our stuff.
Yeah, which is cool. I don't know what
Or B,
I don't know how many sprints he does or how long sprints he does. A lot of people I'm noticing are doing more and more 45-minute sprints, which
I mean,
I'm not mad about, but at the same time, I can't do. I will just get distracted way too easily and do
lots of
random other
friends we
things.
don't have. which
yeah,
So-
that's a long.
It's a long sprint for me. That's why I like the
Curvo.
25-minute sprints, is because it's just long enough for me to get into a good headspace and get some decent amount of work done. And then it gives me a little bit of a break in between.
3, I need more of the
One of these times we do sprints, what we should do
resources.
is be
that
like,
we told
okay,
you about.
25 minutes. All right. What is your word count at
Or
the
we
end of
could do a
25
round
minutes? And then go to 20 minutes and try to meet or beat your previous word count.
Yeah, those sound good.
And then go down to 15 minutes. Try to meet or beat your previous word count. But if you don't meet or beat your previous word count, you go back up to 20 or whatever it is that you were at before.
You're talking about doing the staircase sprints.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Might be interesting. Not saying doing it tonight, but
No,
it's an idea.
it is an idea.
Okay.
Oh shoot, I can't type apparently.
And now we're down to 1 viewer. Is it you?
Hmm?
Now we're down to 1 viewer. Is it you?
Probably. It is probably me.
Well, I mean, it's getting to be like, it's been a long day. People are trying to like get dinner and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I'm glad that we do these hour breaks in between.
Yes, because I'm gonna need it. Most definitely. That is not the one I want. This is the one I want. Gesundheit. Okay. Hmm.
Here, which one? I just got stuff to level up so we can toss this crap aside.
So you're having hamburgers for leftovers?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I'll probably go get one. Oh, I got cake during that second sprint, third sprint, whichever sprint we did after I mentioned getting cake.
I think
What kind of
Um,
cake is it?
It was a Boston cream chocolate black raspberry cake, something in that order,
Okay.
some kind of order like that. I am not a
Alright.
fan. I ended up taking a couple bites and then giving the rest to my youngest and letting her
Was it
eat
the raspberry in there?
black raspberry, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I do like Boston cream pie. So, but I don't know how that would be with like stuff added in it.
The Boston cream was like a raspberry cream instead, but it was
Weird.
layered like a Boston cream.
Huh.
So there was no actual Boston cream in it. It was just the where the Boston cream would sit was there was a cream made with black raspberry, and then there was a black raspberry jelly layer too. I have a picture. I took a picture with the idea of sending it to you, and then I never sent it to you. Duh. Da 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 da.
Ooh, Jenna's here. She said it sounds yummy.
It wasn't bad. It just not for me. And it was garnished with black raspberries too.
That's a lot.
Mm-hmm. It was. But I'm gonna go get me a burger during our break, and I'm gonna get some chippies. I'm very sad that none of the stores were selling pasta salad because I wanted pasta salad. Like I had a craving for pasta salad, and I was like, I want some pasta salad. And then no one had any, and I was like, oh, I guess I'm not having any. Dang. Sad face.
That's weird. That's usually something you find in all the stuff. Jenna says she's been lurking about and doing odds and ends from life allows as usual. Like I said at the beginning, I really don't expect someone to stay here the whole entire time.
Oh,
you're doing it.
Especially with their chatty breaks.
I got an email during one of our sprints that I have to go read. It's from Jenna.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it says.
See weapons like that.
I just remember seeing Jenna's name attached to it.
It says that she likes
Hearing it, I just don't know where it
and
is.
she likes how you love dragons. And
No,
now
it's
she wants to
efficiency
grow a
now.
baby in space with you and be the first baby dragon in space. Yes. What do you think?
What?
I don't know. I was making something up. Don't mind me.
Oh, I was like, I'm only listening with like half an ear to what you're saying. And I was like,
I said,
wait, what?
no, is saying that she likes your hair. And I say, and she likes how you like dragons. And her email says that she wants to grow a baby dragon with you in space.
You were just doing that to test me to make sure I was paying attention. I failed miserably.
Yes, you did. It's all good. I did that to Jackson. I'll be reading out loud to him, and I'll be like, and then the princess
one of them stole my
saw a dragon,
popcorn.
and then they had dragon babies,
I need to get
and
rid of
then
two, so I can
Van Gogh painted a picture of a spaceship blasting off into space.
properly.
To be fair, I'm still trying to get these files done so that when we start my sprints, I can just go.
I was just making stuff up. Just whatever came out of my mouth came out of my mouth. Okay. Why is this video so long? I'm assuming you're talking about a vlog, JC.
JC, how long is it so far? Is it going to be over or under an hour?
Oh, that's okay.
She's always complaining about how long they are. I'm like, girl, just let it be as long as it's going to be. Just let it go. It's fine. I promise. She never believes me.
Yeah.
Over 10 minutes over. That's not bad. That's fine. She doesn't think it's fine. I think it's fine. Risk, temptation.
All right. So the people are in the comments.
still
If you want to
filling out
be
my
joining
gas
us for the
tank.
second half in about
Not a big deal.
an hour and 20
Hour.
minutes. Hour. Yeah, about an hour.
Roughly.
That just means we need all of you.
A what? Music, impressive.
So my goal when we come back is to finish up my paranormal ghost story.
And music, impressive.
And then I'll send it to Skye.
Kind of funny because shooting out bubbles.
I will not read it until tomorrow.
No?
Just saying.
Okay.
So if you don't get it sent today, it's fine. I promise. Because I'll probably read it. Because I want to get as many words done today as possible.
Oh, yeah, I don't expect you to read it straight.
I'm
Oh.
still trying to get that 12K. Will I get to it? Probably not. But I'm going to try. Dang it.
I now
Yeah,
only need
fortune.
11,000 some odd numbers.
Ooh,
I've already
that's-
read
No, it's in
1253.
Fortuna. You buy it from the vet kids.
that is not how you spell scandal, Skye. Come on, learn how to type.
You use
SCANDAL
I keep trying to put EL. I know it's not EL, but I
space
keep trying to put it.
IN
it
space
doesn't cost much.
THE
I
space
just didn't want to do it.
SKY. Sandals in
Scandal
the
in the
sky.
sky.
I don't know. I was gonna spell beach, but I got tired of spelling.
I wasn't doing it.
And JC has put the link
You're
for
standing right
Skye's
here in the
stream
middle,
that
killing
starts.
things. My dog might be doing it.
Starts at 6 my time.
Yes.
It wasn't me.
Starts an hour after I say goodbye. Just
Yeah.
gonna leave it at that. All right, so Renee just got back from the store and fixing to start dinner here shortly. Cool. Yeah, once I get up here, I'm gonna make up spaghetti real quick. I just, fry hamburgers, season it, give it some sauce, all that stuff.
My stories are made. The only stories I do not have titles for is the 7 stories for the witches, the last series, the final series in the world.
You should, yeah.
Like that song.
Because you have to
That's
select what
Yeah,
bonus to
That's
do.
it.
I made the documents. I got titles. I have covers made for every other series, so we're good.
Stream Skye will go for 6 hours once it starts.
Because we're doing 12 hours total, 6 between our 2 streams, with the hour break in between.
Yeah, we thought about just doing 12 straight, but then we knew we would want to eat real food, not just a snack. So
Yeah. I want something besides the couple bites of cake I've had.
yeah, it needs to be more than coffee.
Nah, you can live off coffee. You can't. I cannot. I think during that break, I am also going to do my nails. I have pretty nails. I want to put them on. They're like green, shiny to blue kind of thing.
Okay. Those look cool.
I like them. But I haven't been able to put them on, so it's time.
All right.
Time.
All right. So Skye, you do your thing.
My
Your
outro?
Yeah. Outro stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
You go first.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. If you are new here or don't know, my name is Skye. I am a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name SD Haggis. I am currently working on a 7 short story, 7 series. I probably have to switch that up a little bit. 7 series, 7 short story universe. Because I hate myself. And my goal today is
7
to do
series.
Yeah, something like that. My goal is for today is to work on that, plotting that out a little bit, brainstorming and stuff like that. And I would like to have 12,000 words by the end of today, but I'm only sitting at like 1,400, so we'll see. We'll see. I might be able to do it. Yes, 49 shorts total. But yes, we're going to take an hour break and then we're going to hop over to my channel and we're going to do another 6 hours. Because we wanna.
I just heard the
Yeah,
noise.
why not? Last time went so well, so why not do it again?
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, so for anyone that is still here after 6 hours, I write. My name is Stephanie. I write primarily small town romances underneath my whole name, Stack of Memory Whitson. And currently, I have a book on free to buy on Kindle. It is my very short holiday story. I think it's like 38 pages, give or take. Here's a link for it if you would like it. It features characters from the previous books before it, so you get the feel for the characters. And really, it's free, so what do you have to lose? So, anyhow, I am working on another small town romance in the series. I am just about done with the paranormal ghost story for my local writer's group anthology that's coming out in like August or September. In the meantime, I'm gonna take off from here, make some food, pretend to sleep. Yeah, right. I'm just gonna make food, eat dinner, and then I'll come back. And I have written 1,253 words, so not that far behind Skye. So we will see how close we get to 12K. who knows? It could be like midnight and be like, oh, we only have a couple thousand left. Let's finish.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We might be going over 12 hours. Let's be real.
It could be a PS. We're here until it's done. Well, as long as StreamYard lets us anyway.
Yeah.
StreamYard will let us run for
Yeah.
12 hours solid.
Did I create mine in StreamYard or did I create mine in Restream? I cannot remember. I'll have to figure that out. I guess we'll find out together.
All right. So we're gonna say goodbye, and we'll see you guys in about an hour.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.